good evening, and welcome. Tonight, there is nowhere you need to hurry. Nothing waiting to be finished. Nothing left to solve before sleep arrives. The world, with all its clocks and calendars, can quietly continue without you for a little while. For now, simply settle into a comfortable position. Let your shoulders soften. Allow your breathing to become slower and easier. If thoughts still wander through your mind, let them drift like gentle clouds across a wide summer sky. There is no need to follow them. Just watch them pass until they disappear into silence. Tonight, we are taking a journey unlike any other. Not across countries, not across oceans, not even across the vast distances between the stars. Instead, we are traveling through time itself, a journey lasting nearly 10 billion years. The complete life of a single star, the one that has quietly watched every sunrise on Earth, every gentle wave, every mountain, every forest, every living creature that has ever opened its eyes beneath its warm light. Tonight, we are following the life of our sun, but not as scientists standing beside a telescope, not as astronauts racing through space. Instead, imagine yourself as something much smaller, a tiny, silent traveler, lighter than a grain of dust, with no weight, no age, and no destination except wherever the universe slowly carries you. There is no danger here, only endless quiet, only patience, only the slow rhythm of a universe that never rushes. Long before the sun existed, before Earth, before oceans, before dinosaurs, before even the earliest atoms that would one day become your own body, there was darkness. Not frightening darkness, just peaceful emptiness. Imagine floating through an enormous cloud, so vast that even light would need many years to cross it. The cloud is cold, so cold that ordinary air could never survive here. Tiny crystals drift silently around you, specks of carbon, frozen water, simple gases, and countless grains of ancient dust. Some of these particles were born inside stars even older than our sun. Those ancient stars lived full lives, grew old, and quietly scattered their final gifts across the galaxy. The iron in your blood, the calcium in your bones, the oxygen filling your lungs. All of it once belonged to stars that disappeared billions of years before Earth was ever imagined. Tonight, you are floating among their memories. Nothing moves quickly. If a feather falling through Earth's air seems slow, this cloud is slower still. Thousands of years pass, almost unnoticed, then hundreds of thousands. Still, everything appears perfectly calm. Yet something invisible is beginning its work. Gravity, not loud, not dramatic, just a gentle invitation. One tiny particle feels another, then another, then another. Slowly, almost impossibly slowly, they begin drifting closer together. No one gives an order. No one leads the way. The universe simply follows one of its oldest habits. Things that possess mass, very patiently, find one another. You drift with them. You cannot feel the movement, not because it is weak, but because it is unimaginably gentle. Entire centuries pass, and you have moved only a tiny distance. Millions of years flow by, like slow breaths. The cloud becomes just a little denser, a little warmer, a little brighter. It is almost impossible to notice. Almost. Imagine watching snowfall, not over one winter, but over 10 million winters. each snowflake landing so gently that the landscape changes without anyone seeing it happen. That is how stars begin, not with explosions, not with blazing fire, but with extraordinary patience. The universe is remarkably good at waiting. Perhaps that is one of its quiet lessons. Not everything important happens quickly. Some of the greatest creations require time measured not in days or years, but in ages. As gravity continues its quiet work, the center of the cloud slowly grows heavier. More dust arrives, more hydrogen gathers. The invisible pull becomes slightly stronger. The pace increases, though by human standards, it is still wonderfully slow. If you could somehow speed up time, millions of years would pass like gentle ripples across a calm lake. Clouds would slowly fold inward. Great rivers of invisible gas would drift together. The enormous nursery of stars would begin taking shape. Around you, other tiny regions are also awakening. Some will someday become brilliant blue giants. Others will become small, quiet red dwarfs that may survive for trillions of years. Some will never become stars at all, but one small gathering, one gentle concentration of hydrogen, is quietly preparing for something extraordinary, without anyone realizing it, without any audience, without applause. The future sun has already begun. Close your eyes even more deeply now, and imagine resting inside this peaceful cloud, where tomorrow does not exist, where yesterday has no meaning, and only the slow breathing of the galaxy surrounds you. Our journey has only just begun. In the next chapter, gravity will continue its patient work, and a sleeping star will begin to awaken. Take another slow breath, and let it leave just as gently. The quiet cloud around you has not disappeared. It has simply become a little smaller, a little denser, a little more determined. You are still surrounded by darkness, but this darkness is no longer empty. It is full of possibility. Imagine floating through a mist so enormous that it stretches for hundreds of light years. There is no up, no down, only soft rivers of hydrogen. The simplest element in the universe, hydrogen, the oldest traveler of them all. Almost every hydrogen atom around you has existed for nearly the entire history of the cosmos. Some of them were born only minutes after the Big Bang. They have wandered the Milky Way for billions of years, passing through ancient stars, escaping exploding supernovae, drifting across silent galaxies, waiting without ever knowing why. Tonight, their journey is finally bringing them together. Nothing in the clouds speaks, nothing pushes, nothing commands. Instead, gravity whispers. Gravity is unlike the other forces of nature. It has no color, no sound, no scent. You cannot see it, yet it patiently reaches across unimaginable distances. Every tiny grain of dust, every lonely hydrogen atom, every frozen crystal feels its gentle invitation. Come a little closer. Not today, not tomorrow, but eventually. If you watch for only a single human lifetime, nothing would seem to happen. Even if you waited for the rise and fall of entire civilizations, the cloud would appear almost unchanged. But the universe keeps a different calendar. 1 million years is only the beginning of a conversation. 10 million years is simply another quiet evening. And during those immense stretches of time, gravity never becomes tired. It never takes a break. It simply continues, patiently, steadily, drawing everything inward. You begin to notice something. Far ahead, the cloud looks ever so slightly brighter. Not because a star has appeared. Not yet. Instead, more material has slowly gathered there. Every drifting particle adds just a little more weight. Every tiny collision removes a little energy. The cloud can no longer remain perfectly balanced. Its own weight begins to overcome its peaceful stillness. Very slowly, the center starts falling inward. Not crashing, not collapsing violently, simply settling, like fresh snow gathering on silent pine branches. Imagine watching a drop of honey spread across a table. It never rushes, yet if you return hours later, it has quietly changed everything. Gravity behaves much the same way. Given enough time, it reshapes entire galaxies. As you drift toward the growing center, you notice delicate streams of gas flowing together. They resemble rivers seen from thousands of miles above. No sharp edges, only graceful curves, each current carrying countless atoms toward the same unseen destination. Some paths cross, others merge. Every meeting releases the tiniest hint of warmth. The cloud that was once unimaginably cold begins warming by just a few degrees. Still colder than any place on Earth, but no longer completely frozen. Something is changing. Far away, other clouds throughout the Milky Way are doing exactly the same thing. Some will someday shine blue, some red, some yellow. Some will be surrounded by dozens of planets. Others will spend their entire lives alone. The galaxy is quietly building new generations of stars, just as forests quietly grow new trees. Not all at once, one after another, century after century, age after age. If you could somehow listen to this cloud, it would not sound like roaring fire. It would sound almost like breathing. Long, gentle, endless breaths, gas flowing inward, pressure rising, warmth increasing, again and again and again, until one day, millions of years from now, something remarkable will happen, not because anyone planned it, but because nature has quietly reached another step. At the very heart of the cloud, a tiny invisible seed has formed. Astronomers call it a dense core. For now, it is still hidden beneath thick blankets of dust. No light escapes. No telescope from a distant world could yet admire it. It remains wrapped in darkness, a sleeping ember, waiting for the moment it will awaken. You drift closer. The pull of gravity is now unmistakable, still gentle, still peaceful, but stronger than before. Every moment, more atoms arrive. Every moment, the pressure grows. It is as though the universe is taking one impossibly long breath, preparing for its next heartbeat. Perhaps this is one of the quietest miracles in existence. No explosions, no grand announcement, only patience so profound that entire mountain ranges on future Earth could rise and disappear before this newborn star even opens its eyes. And yet, its future has already begun. The sun does not know it yet, but one day, its light will warm oceans, paint sunsets, feed forests, guide migrating birds, and gently touch the face of every human who has ever lived. For now, it remains only a promise. Hidden inside a silent cloud, cradled by gravity, waiting for fire, take one slow, comfortable breath and allow yourself to drift even deeper into the quiet. There is nothing to remember, nothing to prepare for, only the peaceful unfolding of a story that has taken millions of years to reach this moment. The cloud around you is changing, not suddenly, but with the same gentle rhythm that has guided everything since the beginning. As more hydrogen gathers, the invisible heart of the cloud grows heavier. Gravity continues its patient embrace. Every drifting atom, every tiny grain of cosmic dust, adds just a little more weight to the growing center. Imagine placing one feather onto a pillow, then another, then another. A single feather changes almost nothing. But after countless thousands, the pillow begins to sink beneath their weight. That is how gravity works here. Every particle matters. Every arrival quietly changes the future. The central region has now become much smaller than it once was. What was once a cloud stretching across many light years is slowly concentrating into a compact sphere, yet it is still enormous. If Earth existed today, millions of planets could fit inside this growing cradle. You continue floating toward its center. The darkness is no longer completely black. A faint reddish glow now surrounds you. Not the bright light of a finished star, just warmth, gentle, subtle, like the first hint of dawn before sunrise. As gravity squeezes the gas tighter, the atoms begin moving faster. Hydrogen atoms, once drifting lazily through the cold cloud, now dance with increasing energy. They collide softly, again and again and again. Each tiny collision transforms a little of gravity's pull into heat. This is one of the universe's oldest secrets. When something falls inward, it becomes warmer. The same happens on Earth. A bicycle pump becomes warm when compressed. A meteor glows as it plunges through the atmosphere. Here, gravity is slowly warming an entire future star. The temperature climbs, still far cooler than today's sun, but no longer frozen. Hundreds of degrees, then thousands. Every million years, the invisible furnace grows stronger. If you could somehow touch the gas, which thankfully you cannot, it would no longer feel like icy space. It would feel alive, not with fire, but with possibility. Around the growing center, something beautiful begins to appear. The cloud no longer falls straight inward. It slowly begins to spin, ever so gently. Perhaps the original cloud possessed the tiniest hint of rotation, almost impossible to notice. Yet as gravity pulls everything closer together, that slow turning becomes faster, just as an ice skater spins more quickly when pulling in their arms. The collapsing cloud also gathers speed. Soon, a great spinning disk surrounds the newborn heart. Flat, graceful, silent. Billions upon billions of tiny particles orbit together. This is the first outline of a future solar system. The planets do not exist yet, not even the smallest moon. Only dust, gas, ice, and endless possibility. Imagine looking across this vast disk. Sunlight does not yet shine upon it. Instead, it glows softly with the warmth created by gravity alone. Tiny grains drift together. Some gently stick. Others separate again, over unimaginable spans of time. These microscopic particles will slowly become pebbles. Pebbles will become boulders. Boulders will become mountains floating through space. And eventually, entire worlds. Some of the dust quietly circling beside you tonight will one day become the mountains of Earth. Some will become the sands of distant deserts. Some will become coral reefs beneath warm oceans. Some will become birds, trees, and perhaps even the atoms inside your own hands. Nothing is wasted. The universe is an extraordinary recycler. Every ending quietly prepares another beginning. At the center, the growing sphere has earned a new name. Astronomers call it a protostar, not yet a true star, not yet powered by nuclear fusion. Instead, it shines because gravity continues squeezing it tighter every moment. Its glow is gentle, almost shy, like a candle seen through thick morning fog. If someone could observe it from far across the galaxy, they would see only a faint ember hidden inside swirling clouds of dust. The future sun is still keeping its greatest secret. The pressure deep inside the protostar continues to rise. Imagine descending layer by layer toward its center. Each step inward becomes warmer. Each layer grows denser. Hydrogen atoms are packed closer together than ever before. There is almost no empty space between them now. They move with incredible speed. Bouncing, spinning, colliding thousands upon thousands of times every second. Yet something remarkable still has not happened. The great fire remains asleep. It waits patiently because nature follows precise rules. No amount of wishing can hurry them. No force can persuade them. Only when the temperature climbs to nearly 10 million degrees Celsius will the next chapter begin. Not 9 million, not 5 million. The universe waits until the conditions are exactly right, and it is never in a hurry. Millions more years quietly pass. Around the protostar, the swirling disk continues its graceful dance. Tiny clumps of dust grow larger. Invisible rivers of gas continue feeding the center. The young sun grows heavier, warmer, brighter, closer to awakening. If time were flowing at its normal pace, you would never notice these changes. But here, where millions of years pass like gentle waves across a quiet shore, the transformation feels beautifully calm. The protostar breathes. Gravity presses inward. Heat pushes outward. For the first time, a delicate balance begins to emerge. Not perfect, not yet, but enough to hint at what is coming. The sleeping heart of our future sun is almost ready to ignite, not with ordinary fire, but with the most extraordinary light the universe knows. A light that will one day cross 93 million miles of space, warming blue oceans, golden forests, and every peaceful sunrise that Earth will ever know. For now, the great star continues dreaming. Its first true heartbeat is almost here. Take another slow breath. Feel the quiet around you becoming even deeper. The universe is still patient, still silent, but somewhere ahead, a moment unlike any before is approaching. Not a loud beginning, not an explosion, just the instant when a sleeping star finally opens its eyes. Millions of years have passed since the first wisps of hydrogen began gathering. The protostar at the center has grown heavier than ever before. Gravity continues pressing inward from every direction. There is no escape. Every layer pushes gently against the one beneath it. Deeper, warmer, denser, you drift toward the very heart of this young Sunday. Around you, the gas glows with a soft orange light. Not because flames are burning. Stars do not burn like wood or coal. There is no oxygen here, no smoke, no crackling fire. Only matter becoming so incredibly hot that it begins to shine. The deeper you travel, the stranger everything becomes. Atoms move so quickly that they no longer resemble the quiet particles drifting through the ancient cloud. Hydrogen nuclei race through the crowded interior at astonishing speeds. Billions upon billions of collisions happen every second, yet they simply bounce apart. Again, again, again. Nature still waits. The temperature is close, but not quite enough. Imagine trying to roll two tiny magnets together with the same poles facing each other. They resist. They push away. Hydrogen nuclei behave in a similar way. Each carries a positive electric charge. As they approach, they naturally repel one another. For millions of years, gravity has been trying to force them together. Now, gravity is finally becoming strong enough. The temperature climbs toward 10 million degrees Celsius. Then a little higher. Pressure becomes almost impossible to imagine. If Mount Everest were stacked upon itself millions of times, its weight would still seem insignificant compared with the crushing force inside the sun's core. Yet everything remains beautifully balanced. Nothing shouts. Nothing rushes. The universe simply follows its ancient laws. Then, without ceremony, it happens. Two tiny hydrogen nuclei come closer than ever before. Instead of pushing apart, they touch. For the briefest instant, they become one. A tiny transformation begins. The first step of nuclear fusion. A new form of energy is born. So small, so gentle, that if you could somehow hold it in your hand, you would hardly notice. But somewhere else, another fusion begins. Then another. Then another. Within moments, countless trillions of these tiny events are happening together. Not because anyone started a fire, but because gravity patiently prepared the perfect conditions. The sleeping star has awakened. A single fusion reaction releases only a tiny amount of energy, far less than most people imagine. The miracle lies in the number of reactions taking place. Every single second, around 600 million tons of hydrogen begin transforming into helium inside the sun's core. Most of that mass remains, but a small fraction disappears. It does not vanish. Instead, it becomes pure energy. The famous equation, E equals mc squared, quietly comes to life. A little mass becomes an enormous amount of light. For the first time, the outward pressure created by fusion pushes back against gravity. The two ancient forces meet. Gravity says, "Come closer." Fusion replies, "I will push outward." Neither wins, neither loses. Instead, they reach a peaceful agreement. This balance is called hydrostatic equilibrium. It may sound like a complicated scientific phrase, yet it describes something wonderfully simple. The sun has learned how to stand. Like a tree whose roots pull downward while its branches reach upward, our young star has found its balance. And because of that balance, it will shine steadily for billions of years. You float quietly near the newborn core. The light here is unlike anything seen on Earth. There are no colors your eyes would recognize, only unimaginable brilliance. Every direction glows. Every particle hums with energy. Yet somehow, in this story, the light feels gentle, comforting, like sitting beside the warmest fireplace on the coldest evening, without ever feeling too hot. Far above, the outer layers of the young sun do not yet know what has happened. The energy released here cannot simply race to the surface. Its journey will be astonishingly slow. Each tiny packet of light, called a photon, will begin bouncing from atom to atom, forward, backward, sideways. Sometimes it moves a single centimeter. Sometimes it is scattered in the opposite direction. This wandering journey is so slow that many photons created tonight will not reach the sun's surface for hundreds of thousands of years. Some may take even longer. Imagine writing a letter today that would not be delivered until long after every city on Earth had completely changed. That is how patiently sunlight travels inside a star. The young sun has finally become what astronomers call a main sequence star. Its long childhood has ended. Its true life has begun. For the next several billion years, it will continue quietly transforming hydrogen into helium. Steady, reliable, almost unchanging. One peaceful heartbeat after another. Far beyond this glowing sphere, the great disk of dust continues circling. The newborn sun is now bright enough to illuminate it. Tiny grains sparkle like morning frost beneath fresh sunlight. Invisible currents of gas ripple through the disk. The warmth from the young star begins shaping everything around it. The stage is finally prepared for something entirely new. Not another star, but worlds. Small worlds at first, then larger ones. Worlds of rock, ice, and gas. One of them, still hidden within this swirling cloud, will someday become a pale blue home, where forests whisper, oceans breathe, and someone, billions of years later, quietly listens to this very story before falling asleep. The first fire has been lit, not a fire that will fade by morning, but one destined to shine for nearly 10 billion years. And our journey has only just begun. Take another slow breath. Let it rise gently and fall just as softly. The newborn sun is shining now, not as brightly as it will one day, but brightly enough to change everything around it. The long night of its birth is ending. A new morning is beginning. Not for Earth, because Earth does not yet exist, but for an entire solar system waiting to be born. For millions of years, the young sun remained hidden behind thick curtains of gas and dust. From far across the galaxy, almost no light escaped. The great cloud that created it still surrounded the newborn star like a warm blanket. But stars cannot remain hidden forever, as fusion continues deep inside the core. The sun grows stronger. Its light becomes steadier. Its warmth increases, and something invisible begins flowing outward. A solar wind. Despite its name, this is not wind like the breeze that moves through trees on Earth. There is no air in space. Instead, the solar wind is a gentle stream of tiny charged particles, mostly protons, mostly electrons, each one incredibly small, each one traveling at astonishing speed. Together, they pour away from the sun in every direction, every second, every minute, every year. Imagine standing beside a quiet river. The water never stops moving. You may not notice it changing from one moment to the next, but after many years, the river slowly reshapes the entire landscape. The solar wind behaves much the same way. Patient, persistent, gentle. Given enough time, it changes everything around it. You drift above the glowing surface of the young sun. There are no planets yet. Only the enormous spinning disk that has surrounded the star since its birth. It stretches for billions of miles. a graceful, flattened sea of gas and dust. Seen from above, it almost resembles the rings of Saturn, though vastly larger and much thicker. Tiny grains sparkle inside the growing sunlight. Each one follows its own quiet path around the sun. Some are smaller than grains of sand. Others have already grown to the size of pebbles. Every orbit brings gentle encounters, soft collisions, tiny embraces. The slow construction of future worlds has quietly begun. Meanwhile, the solar wind keeps blowing, not violently, not like a hurricane, more like a constant exhale, a breath that never ends. Little by little, it pushes away the leftover gas that no longer belongs near the newborn sun. Clouds that once hid the young star begin drifting outward. The cradle that protected its birth slowly opens. Light reaches farther into space. For the very first time, the sun can truly be seen. If someone had been watching from a distant star, they would notice a beautiful golden point appearing where only darkness once existed. Another ordinary star, joining the hundreds of billions already shining across the Milky Way. Ordinary, yet destined to become extraordinary for one small blue planet. The clearing of the cloud is surprisingly peaceful. There is no dramatic explosion, only an endless breeze lasting hundreds of thousands of years. Dust settles into graceful rings. Gas streams gently away. The space surrounding the sun becomes calmer with every passing age. Now, sunlight reaches places it never could before. It touches icy particles at the edge of the disk. It warms rocky fragments closer in. The temperature across the disk is no longer the same everywhere. Near the sun, it is far too hot for water ice to survive. Only metals and stone remain solid. Farther away, beyond an invisible boundary that astronomers call the snow line, water freezes into sparkling crystals. There, ice joins dust. And because there is so much more frozen material available, larger worlds will eventually grow. This quiet difference, hot inside, cold outside, will help shape every planet in the solar system, without anyone planning it. The future arrangement of worlds is already taking form. You drift through this immense disk. Everywhere you look, countless tiny particles circle the sun in peaceful harmony. Occasionally, two grains meet. They touch so gently that static electricity helps them cling together. The universe has begun building with dust. One tiny grain becomes two. Two become 10. 10 become thousands. Thousands become stones. No one notices the exact moment something stops being dust and starts becoming a world. The change is simply too gradual, like watching a forest grow. You never see a tree become tall, yet somehow, one day, it is. Perhaps that is another quiet lesson hidden within the universe. The greatest transformations rarely announce themselves. They happen through countless small moments, each one almost impossible to notice on its own. The sun did not become a star in a single instant, and planets will not appear overnight. Everything beautiful here is built slowly, patiently, one gentle step after another. As millions more years drift by, the young sun settles into a calm rhythm. Its brightness becomes more stable, its heartbeat more regular. Its endless wind continues flowing outward, carrying whispers of energy into the empty reaches of space. Around it, the spinning disk grows thinner. The nursery is becoming a neighborhood. Soon, The first true building blocks of planets will emerge from the dust. Some will remain small forever. Some will become wandering asteroids. Others will gather enough material to change history forever. One of them, still no larger than a growing collection of rock, will someday become Earth. But tonight, it is only a dream, quietly circling a young sun, beneath a sky that no living eyes have ever seen. Take another slow breath. Feel your body becoming heavier, while your imagination becomes lighter. The young sun has settled into its gentle rhythm. Its steady light now washes across the great spinning disk that surrounds it. Where once there was only drifting dust, there is now quiet purpose, not because anyone is guiding it, but because the laws of nature have all the patience they need. Imagine standing beside a calm beach. Tiny grains of sand rest beneath your feet. Individually, they seem insignificant, yet together, they build coastlines that stretch farther than the eye can see. The universe begins in much the same way. Planets are not created from giant rocks. They begin with dust, tiny specks, smaller than a grain of flour, circling the newborn sun. As these particles drift through the disk, they occasionally meet. Most encounters are astonishingly gentle. A soft touch, a quiet embrace. Instead of bouncing apart, many remain together. Static electricity, the same gentle force that allows a balloon to cling to a wall, helps these microscopic grains stay connected. One grain becomes two, two become five, five become hundreds. Slowly, delicately, the universe begins weaving something new. Millions of years pass. The tiny clumps continue growing. They no longer resemble ordinary dust. Now they are fragile pebbles, drifting together through sunlight. Every orbit around the young sun offers another opportunity to meet. Sometimes they separate, sometimes they shatter, but more often than not, they continue growing. Nature rarely demands perfection. It simply tries again. You drift quietly beside one of these growing clusters. It is no larger than a small hill, yet compared with the dust surrounding it, it has become a tiny giant. Its gravity, still incredibly weak, has begun making itself known. Nearby particles feel its gentle pull. They curve ever so slightly toward it. Another quiet invitation, another whisper of gravity. This is how every world begins, not with a dramatic birth, but with countless tiny meetings. Astronomers call these growing bodies planetesimals, a beautiful name for something wonderfully simple. They are the first true building blocks of planets. Some are only a few miles across. Others continue growing into objects hundreds of miles wide, each one quietly competing for the same material, not through violence, but through patience. The larger they become, the more easily they gather their neighbors. Growth encourages more growth. Around the young sun, millions of these planetesimals now circle in graceful paths. From a distance, the disk appears calm, but within it, an endless dance unfolds. Some bodies drift together so gently that they merge into something larger. Others glance past one another, continuing their lonely journeys for thousands of more orbits. Every encounter changes the future, even if only by the smallest amount. Imagine watching this process not for minutes or years, but for 20 million years. The disk slowly clears. Empty spaces appear. The largest bodies become even larger. The smallest begin disappearing. their material joining their growing neighbors. Little by little, order emerges from seeming chaos. Closer to the sun, the heat is intense. Water cannot remain frozen here. Only metals and rocky minerals survive. Iron, nickel, silicates. These sturdy materials slowly gather together. Here, the first rocky worlds begin taking shape. Farther away, where the sunlight is gentler, ice remains frozen. There is far more material available there. Future giant planets will someday grow enormous because of this simple difference in temperature. One quiet boundary creates two very different families of worlds. You continue drifting through the inner solar system. Nearby, one growing planetesimal has become hundreds of miles across. Its surface is rough, dark, covered with fresh craters from gentle collisions. There is no air, no oceans, no mountains, only silent stone beneath endless starlight. Yet hidden inside, gravity continues pulling its material inward. The heavier metals slowly sink toward the center. Lighter rocks remain above, even before life, before water, before skies. A planet is quietly organizing itself. Not every world will survive. Some growing bodies will collide and merge. Others will be thrown outward by the gravity of larger neighbors. A few will remain as lonely asteroids, silent reminders of a time when the solar system was still under construction. Even today, billions of years later, those ancient fragments continue orbiting the sun, preserving memories of its earliest days. They are like fossils, not of living creatures, but of the birth of an entire planetary family. As millions more years drift peacefully by, one particular cluster of rock begins attracting your attention. At first, it seems no different from the others. Its orbit is calm, its growth is slow, its surface remains dark and lifeless. Yet this humble collection of stone carries an extraordinary future. One day, oceans will gather here, clouds will drift overhead, rain will fall for the first time, tiny cells will awaken beneath warm seas, forests will spread across continents, birds will fill the skies, whales will sing beneath rolling waves, and eventually, someone will look toward the morning sun without ever realizing they are standing upon dust that first came together in this very moment. Tonight, that future is still unimaginably far away. The young Earth is only beginning to dream. It is still a quiet world of rock, growing grain by grain, beneath the gentle light of a young star, whose journey, like ours, has only just begun. Take another slow breath. Allow your thoughts to become as light as drifting stardust. The young sun now shines with quiet confidence. Its light stretches across the growing solar system, touching every grain of dust, every tiny stone, every newborn world. The great age of construction has begun. Tonight, we visit the first planet to truly emerge from the glowing disk, a world unlike any other, small, silent, and forever racing around the sun. Imagine drifting closer to the brilliant young star. The sunlight grows stronger with every passing mile. The warmth becomes intense. The surrounding space appears brighter than ever before. Here, only the toughest materials can survive. Water cannot exist. Ice disappears almost instantly. Only rock, metal, and minerals remain. This is where the first rocky worlds are born. Among countless growing planetesimals, one body slowly begins pulling ahead, not because it is special, not because it is lucky, simply because gravity has quietly gathered enough material. Pebble by pebble, stone by stone, mountain by mountain, millions of years pass, and this growing world becomes round. Gravity gently pulls everything toward its center. The shape becomes smoother, more complete. This little world will one day be called Mercury. If you were expecting a colorful paradise, you would be surprised. Mercury is quiet, gray, ancient. Even today, billions of years later, its surface still carries the scars of its youth. Every crater tells a story. Every cliff remembers another collision. It is almost like reading the earliest pages of the solar system's diary. The newborn Mercury circles astonishingly close to the Sun. Only about 36 million miles separate the two. Compared with Earth's comfortable distance, this is incredibly close. The Sun fills much of Mercury's sky. Its brilliant disk appears far larger than it ever will from Earth. Imagine standing there. The sunlight would be dazzling. The shadows unbelievably dark. The sky completely black, even at noon, because there is almost no atmosphere to scatter sunlight. No blue sky, no drifting clouds. Only endless darkness surrounding a brilliant star. Mercury moves quickly, very quickly. While Earth will someday need 365 days to complete one journey around the Sun, Mercury needs only 88. Imagine celebrating your birthday every 3 months. The years would pass almost like seasons. It is the fastest traveler among all the major planets, almost as though it cannot wait to complete another peaceful lap around its parent star. Yet despite moving so swiftly, Mercury rotates surprisingly slowly. If you could somehow stand safely upon its rocky surface, the Sun would seem almost reluctant to move across the sky. One sunrise could take weeks. One sunset, weeks more. Day and night here unfold with extraordinary patience, perfect for a universe that has never been in a hurry. Deep beneath its ancient crust, Mercury hides an unexpected secret. Much of its interior is made of iron. In fact, its enormous metallic core occupies far more of the planet than scientists once expected. If Mercury were a piece of fruit, its iron center would fill almost the entire inside, leaving only a thin rocky shell surrounding it. Why this happened remains one of the solar system's quiet mysteries. Perhaps a tremendous collision stripped away much of its outer layers during its youth. Or perhaps Mercury simply formed differently from the beginning. The universe keeps a few secrets for itself, and somehow, that makes it even more beautiful. As millions more years quietly drift by, the reign of space rocks gradually slows. The solar system becomes calmer. Mercury continues circling faithfully, orbit after orbit, century after century, billion after billion. The little world becomes a silent witness to everything that follows. It will watch Venus emerge from the glowing disk. It will watch Earth gather oceans. It will watch giant Jupiter take shape far beyond the inner worlds. It will watch dinosaurs walk beneath the sun. It will watch humanity invent telescopes, spacecraft, and finally send tiny robotic visitors to glimpse its cratered face. All of that still lies unimaginably far in the future. Tonight, Mercury knows none of it. It simply follows gravity's gentle path, faithfully circling the young sun. Perhaps there is something comforting about Mercury. It never tries to become anything else. It asks for no attention. It quietly completes its endless journey, again and again, bathed in golden sunlight, moving through the silence of space with perfect devotion. As you drift away from this ancient little world, you look outward once more. Farther from the sun, another growing planet waits patiently, wrapped in thick clouds yet to come, hotter than any world should be, brighter than the evening star it will someday become. Our next peaceful stop is the mysterious birth of Venus. Take a slow, peaceful breath. As you breathe out, imagine yourself drifting a little farther from the young sun. The brilliant light softens. The heat is still immense, but no longer overwhelming. Here, another quiet world is slowly taking shape. A world that will one day glow like a jewel in Earth's evening sky. Yet tonight, it is simply another child of the sun, still growing, still changing, still wrapped in the silence of deep time. From a distance, this young planet seems almost familiar. Its size is remarkably close to the world that will someday become Earth. Its gravity, its rocky composition, even its early ingredients, appear strikingly similar. If you knew nothing more, you might think the universe was creating twins. For a brief moment in cosmic history, perhaps it was. Imagine watching two saplings planted side by side. They begin with the same sunlight, the same soil, the same rain. Yet after many years, one becomes a towering oak, while the other follows an entirely different path. Planets can grow in much the same way. Small differences, repeated over millions of years, can reshape an entire world. The newborn Venus circles the sun at a peaceful distance, farther away than Mercury, closer than the future Earth. Here, sunlight is wonderfully bright, almost twice as intense as what Earth will someday receive. The warmth gently bathes every rock, every mountain yet to form, every valley still hidden beneath fresh layers of molten stone. At first, Venus is anything but peaceful. Its surface is a restless ocean of glowing rock. Gigantic rivers of molten stone slowly flow across the landscape. Fresh volcanoes quietly reshape the young world. The entire planet seems to breathe heat, not violently, but steadily, patiently, like warm soup cooling on a quiet evening. Above this glowing surface, the first atmosphere begins gathering. Not an atmosphere anyone could breathe. Instead, volcanoes slowly release enormous amounts of gas, carbon dioxide, water vapor, nitrogen, sulfur compounds. With every eruption, the invisible blanket surrounding the planet becomes a little thicker. At first, the changes are subtle, almost impossible to notice, but millions of years never stop passing. The atmosphere continues growing, layer upon layer, year after year, age after age. Imagine wrapping yourself in a blanket, then another, each one traps a little more warmth. Eventually, the heat has nowhere to escape. Something similar begins happening here. Sunlight reaches the surface. The rocks grow warm. They release that warmth upward. But the thickening atmosphere quietly catches much of it. The heat remains, day after day, century after century, million after million of years. The process is gentle, yet relentless. Long before anyone could give it a name, Venus begins building what scientists now call a greenhouse effect. On Earth, this natural process will make life possible. Without it, our planet would be frozen. But on Venus, the process never finds its balance. The warming quietly continues. More warmth, more trapped heat, more warming still. The planet slowly enters a cycle from which it will never fully escape. Yet none of this happens quickly. There is no dramatic turning point. No single day when paradise becomes an inferno. Only countless peaceful mornings, each one a tiny fraction warmer than the last. If someone could somehow visit Venus once every 100,000 years, they might barely notice the difference, but return after hundreds of millions of years, and the transformation would be astonishing. The universe often changes its greatest masterpieces, one invisible brushstroke at a time. You continue floating high above the young world. Clouds begin appearing, not the white clouds that will someday drift above Earth's oceans. These are thick, heavy blankets of vapor. The atmosphere becomes so dense that sunlight struggles to reach the surface. Even now, billions of years later, if you stood upon Venus, the daylight would resemble a permanently overcast afternoon. The sun would exist somewhere above, yet remain hidden behind endless clouds. Curiously, those clouds make Venus one of the brightest objects in the night sky. They reflect an extraordinary amount of sunlight. From future Earth, people will admire Venus for thousands of years. Ancient travelers will use it to greet the dawn. Poets will write about its beauty. Children will point toward the bright evening star, never guessing that beneath those lovely clouds lies one of the hottest surfaces in the entire solar system. Beauty, the universe gently reminds us, does not always reveal what lies beneath. As millions more years quietly pass, Venus settles into the world it will remain for billions of years. Its atmosphere grows crushingly thick. Its surface remains unimaginably hot. Its clouds swirl slowly around the planet, completing a journey in only a few days, even while the planet itself turns with astonishing slowness. Venus rotates so gently and in the opposite direction from most planets that one Venusian day eventually becomes longer than its entire year. Time itself seems to move differently there. Everything is patient. Everything is slow. As you leave Venus behind, you glance outward once more, just a little farther from the sun. Another young world quietly circles. It is still covered with glowing seas of molten rock. It has no oceans, no forests, no blue sky, and yet, hidden within this ordinary sphere of stone, rests the future home of every flower, every whale, every mountain, every dream, and every person who has ever watched a sunrise. In our next chapter, we will arrive at the peaceful birth of Earth. Take a long, slow breath. Feel your body resting safely where it is, while your imagination drifts nearly 4.5 billion years into the past. Ahead of you, a small rocky world circles quietly around its young Sunday. It has no blue oceans, no white clouds, no forests dancing in the wind, no birds singing at dawn. If you could stand there would be no air to breathe, no gentle rain, only silence. And yet, this ordinary little sphere carries within it the future of every living thing that will ever call Earth home. At first glance, the young Earth does not seem especially remarkable. It is only one of several rocky planets orbiting a fairly ordinary yellow star. From a distant galaxy, no one would guess its future. No beacon marks it as special. No brilliant light announces what is to come. It simply circles the sun, patiently, once every year, just as it still does today. Imagine holding a smooth stone in your hand. Now imagine that stone glowing bright orange. Hot enough to soften like warm wax. That is closer to what the newborn Earth looks like. Its surface is not solid in the way we know today. Instead, vast seas of molten rock slowly flow across the planet. Gigantic rivers of glowing lava move with surprising calm. Entire continents have not yet formed. Mountains do not yet exist. The world is still shaping itself. Deep inside, gravity continues its quiet work. The heavier materials, especially iron and nickel, begin sinking toward the center. Lighter rocks slowly rise above them. This slow separation creates something extraordinary. An iron core, hidden far beneath the molten surface. The heart of Earth begins taking shape. Even now, more than 4 billion years later, that great metallic core still turns quietly beneath our feet. Invisible, yet essential. As the liquid iron slowly moves, it generates an invisible shield, Earth's magnetic field. It is still young, still changing, but already it stretches far into space, forming a gentle barrier around the planet. One day, this invisible shield will quietly protect Earth's atmosphere from much of the solar wind. Without it, our planet might have become very different. Sometimes, the most important things are the ones we never see. Above the glowing surface, volcanoes awaken, not just a few scattered peaks, but thousands upon thousands of openings across the young world. Each one quietly releases enormous clouds of gas, steam, carbon dioxide, nitrogen, tiny traces of many other elements. There are no plants producing oxygen, no oceans absorbing carbon dioxide. The atmosphere is completely different from the one you breathe today, yet it is the beginning of something beautiful. Every gentle eruption adds another layer to Earth's growing sky. The young sun watches over all of this. Its light is slightly dimmer than it will become billions of years later. Perhaps about 70% as bright as today's Sunday. Even stars, while remarkably steady, change slowly with age. Our sun is still in the early chapters of its long life. Calm, reliable, patient. Its warmth reaches Earth in just over 8 minutes, crossing 93 million miles of empty space. Every sunrise, even in these earliest days, is another quiet gift from the star that made this world possible. As millions of years quietly pass, something wonderful begins happening. The surface slowly cools. Not quickly, not everywhere at once, but enough for the outermost layers of molten rock to harden. Imagine fresh bread emerging from an oven. Its crust forms first, while the inside remains warm and soft. Earth cools in much the same way. A solid crust gradually spreads across the planet. It is thin, fragile, frequently broken by fresh eruptions. Yet with every passing age, it becomes a little stronger, a little thicker, a little more stable. You drift quietly above this changing world. The colors are unlike modern Earth. Dark volcanic plains, glowing rivers of lava, towering clouds of steam rising into the sky. There are no blues, no greens, only shades of black, deep gray, and glowing orange beneath the young sun. Yet somehow, the planet already feels peaceful, not because life exists, but because possibility does. Far above, space is filled with ancient visitors. Leftover rocks from the birth of the solar system continue crossing Earth's path. Many are small, some are enormous. They strike the young world again and again. Each impact reshapes the surface. Gigantic craters appear. Molten rock splashes high into the sky for hundreds of millions of years. This is a normal part of growing up. The solar system itself is still settling down. Even these collisions, though they may seem destructive, help build the future. Some may even deliver additional water and organic molecules from distant regions of the solar system. The universe often creates by rearranging, rather than by beginning from nothing. As you continue watching, the impacts slowly become less frequent. The crust survives a little longer between eruptions. The atmosphere grows thicker. The planet cools ever so slightly. Earth is becoming quieter. Not quiet enough for life. Not yet, but quiet enough for the next miracle to begin. Soon, the steam filling the sky will finally cool. For the first time, clouds will gather. The first drops of rain will begin their unimaginably long journey toward the surface. And somewhere beneath those ancient storms, the first oceans will quietly awaken. But take another slow breath. Let every breath carry you deeper into stillness. While far away, across billions of years, the young Earth continues its quiet transformation. The fiery world you visited only moments ago is beginning to cool. Not all at once, not everywhere, but little by little. The surface grows calmer. The great rivers of molten rock become fewer. Fresh crust spreads farther across the planet. Earth is learning how to be solid. Above the cooling landscape, the sky remains filled with thick clouds of steam. For countless ages, volcanoes have been releasing water vapor into the atmosphere. Some water has also arrived aboard ancient comets and water-rich asteroids. Travelers from the colder reaches of the newborn solar system. Drop by invisible drop, the ingredients for oceans have gathered overhead. Now, the planet is finally cool enough for something extraordinary to happen. Imagine holding a kettle above a cool window. The rising steam touches the glass and quietly becomes tiny droplets. Earth experiences the same simple miracle. As the atmosphere cools, water vapor begins to condense. Clouds grow thicker, darker, heavier. The sky prepares for its very first rain. Then, without ceremony, it begins. A single drop, another, then millions more. There is no one standing beneath those ancient clouds. No trees to shelter, no birds to sing after the storm. Only a silent world, receiving its first gentle gift from the sky. The rain does not last for an afternoon, or even a season. It continues, year after year, century after century, perhaps for millions of years. The clouds never seem to empty, because new steam constantly rises from volcanoes while more rain quietly falls again. The entire planet enters an endless cycle of water, one that will continue, in different forms, for billions of years. You drift above the newborn Earth. Below you, countless streams begin joining together. Tiny pools become lakes. Lakes overflow into wider basins. Basins merge into enormous seas. Eventually, the first true oceans appear, dark, warm, and unimaginably vast. From space, Earth slowly changes color. The glowing reds and oranges begin giving way to deep shades of blue. For the first time, our planet starts resembling the beautiful world we know today. These early oceans are not quite like modern ones. The water is warmer. The chemistry is different. Minerals constantly wash into them from fresh volcanic rocks. The sky overhead remains hazy. The continents, if they can even be called continents, are still small islands of young crust scattered across a restless sea. Yet the oceans already possess something timeless. A quiet rhythm, gentle waves, soft tides, the peaceful movement of water beneath the light of the young sun. Sunlight dances across the surface. Golden reflections shimmer endlessly. The waves carry warmth from one place to another. Slowly, the oceans become Earth's great temperature keeper. Water warms more slowly than rock. It cools more slowly as well. Without realizing it, the oceans begin helping the planet maintain a gentler climate. They become Earth's first great stabilizers. Long before life, the oceans are already caring for the future. Far beneath the waves, something remarkable is happening. The young crust continues shifting. Heat from Earth's interior escapes through cracks along the seafloor. Warm water flows into these hidden passages, mixing with minerals deep underground. Before returning to the ocean, these ancient hydrothermal vents quietly become places of endless chemical activity. Tiny factories powered not by sunlight, but by Earth's own inner warmth. No one yet knows exactly where life first began. Perhaps it was here, perhaps elsewhere. The universe keeps that memory hidden, but these deep oceans are already preparing the stage. Meanwhile, high above, another faithful companion has quietly entered Earth's story. A companion born from one of the greatest events in our planet's history. Long ago, a young world about the size of Mars struck the growing Earth. The collision was unimaginably powerful. Yet from that ancient encounter, countless fragments of rocks slowly gathered together in orbit. Over time, those fragments became one beautiful companion, the Moon. Tonight, it hangs much closer to Earth than it does today. Larger in the sky, brighter, its gravity gently tugs upon the newborn oceans. The very first tides begin. Water rises, water falls, back and forth, again and again, just as it still does billions of years later. Even now, the Moon quietly helps shape the rhythm of our world. As millions more years drift peacefully onward, the storms slowly become less violent. The skies begin clearing from time to time. Sunlight reaches farther across the oceans. The planet settles into a calmer rhythm. Earth is no longer merely surviving. It is becoming welcoming, not yet for forests, not yet for animals, not yet even for the smallest visible creature. But the conditions are quietly falling into place. Stone, water, warmth, energy, time. Nature rarely needs anything more. You float above this peaceful blue world, watching sunlight sparkle across endless waves. There is still complete silence. No birds, no whales, no wind moving through leaves. Only the gentle rhythm of an ancient ocean, breathing beneath a young Sunday. It is difficult to believe that every living thing, every flower, every fish, Every dinosaur, every human being, will someday trace their story back to these quiet waters. And somewhere, hidden beneath those warm seas, the first tiny spark of life is preparing to awaken. That gentle beginning awaits us. Take a slow, comfortable breath. Let your thoughts drift as gently as the waves upon Earth's first oceans. Far below, the young planet rests beneath a sky unlike any we know today. There are no forests, no birds gliding overhead, no fish beneath the waves, no flowers opening toward the sun, only water, rock, warmth, and time. Yet everything needed for life's first chapter is quietly coming together. Imagine entering a vast kitchen before the meal has been prepared. The ingredients are scattered across the table. Nothing appears remarkable, but hidden within those simple pieces, countless future recipes are waiting. The young Earth is much the same. Its oceans contain water. Its atmosphere carries carbon, nitrogen, hydrogen, sulfur, phosphorus. Across the planet, nature gently stirs these ingredients together, again and again, for millions upon millions of years. The sun shines faithfully above. Its light reaches the oceans every morning. Beneath the surface, warm currents slowly circulate. Near volcanic vents, hot mineral-rich water rises from deep within the crust. Elsewhere, lightning quietly flashes across ancient storms. The planet is full of gentle sources of energy, not violent enough to destroy everything, just enough to encourage change. Scientists continue exploring exactly how life first began. Some believe the earliest chemistry unfolded in warm tidal pools. Others look toward the deep ocean floor, where hydrothermal vents created rich chemical environments. Still others wonder whether some essential ingredients arrived aboard ancient meteorites. Perhaps each idea holds part of the story. The Earth has kept its oldest memories well hidden, and somehow, that mystery feels peaceful rather than frustrating. The universe does not rush to explain itself. Whatever path nature chose, the process was astonishingly slow. Simple molecules drifted together, separated, rejoined. New combinations appeared. Most lasted only moments. Others remained a little longer. Each tiny change became another quiet experiment. No one guided these attempts. No one celebrated the successes. Nature simply continued trying, with endless patience. Imagine watching countless snowflakes drifting through the air. Most melt almost immediately. A few land gently beside one another. Soon, a soft blanket of snow quietly forms. Life may have begun in a similarly gradual way. Tiny chemical building blocks slowly assembled into larger structures. Not overnight, not even within 1,000 generations, but through unimaginable stretches of time. Eventually, certain molecules discovered something extraordinary. They could make copies of themselves. Not perfect copies, imperfect ones. Some lasted longer. Some worked a little better. Those successful patterns quietly became more common. For the first time, the universe had found a way to preserve information across generations. A tiny whisper of inheritance had begun. You drift beneath the warm surface of one ancient ocean. The water is cloudy with dissolved minerals. Soft beams of sunlight filter downward. Nearby, tiny bubbles rise from the seafloor. Everything appears wonderfully calm. Nothing announces that history is changing. Yet somewhere in these peaceful waters, a fragile membrane surrounds a small collection of molecules. A delicate boundary separates inside from outside. It is not yet a plant, not an animal, not even a true cell as we know today, but it is one small step closer. Over millions more years, those simple structures become increasingly organized. Some begin using energy from their surroundings. Others divide into 2, then 4, then 8. Tiny communities emerge. The first true microorganisms quietly appear. If you could somehow see them, they would look almost invisible. Simple, modest, hardly worth noticing. Yet every tree, every butterfly, every blue whale, every human being will someday descend from ancestors no larger than a grain of dust. Sometimes, the greatest stories begin with the smallest characters. The young sun watches silently overhead. It has no idea that one of its planets has crossed an invisible threshold. To the sun, Earth is simply another world reflecting a little light. Yet beneath the waves, life has arrived, not with applause, not with celebration, only with quiet persistence. One tiny cell becomes 2, 2 become 4, 4 become countless millions. The rhythm is gentle, steady, patient, just like the rhythm of the sun itself. For nearly 2 billion years, these microscopic pioneers will quietly rule the earth. There will still be no forests, no dinosaurs, no mammals, only oceans filled with tiny living cells, slowly changing the chemistry of the planet. Their work is almost invisible, but day after day, they prepare the world for everything that follows. Life does not leap toward greatness. It grows, one quiet generation at a time. As you slowly rise above the ancient ocean, the earth seems almost unchanged. Blue water, dark volcanic islands, a hazy sky beneath the warm glow of the young sun. Only you know the remarkable secret hidden beneath those gentle waves. The universe has crossed an extraordinary milestone. For the first time, one small world is alive, and in the next chapter, these tiny pioneers will begin an even greater transformation, one that will eventually change the very air itself. As Earth learns to breathe beneath the steady light of its faithful Sunday, take a slow, easy breath. Feel the gentle rhythm of your breathing as the young Earth continues its patient journey beneath the warm light of the sun. Millions upon millions of years have passed. The oceans now stretch across much of the planet. The first microscopic forms of life quietly fill those ancient waters, invisible to the eye, yet tirelessly alive. For a very long time, the Earth looks almost unchanged, but deep beneath the surface, a remarkable transformation has already begun. Imagine entering a vast library before sunrise. The shelves are filled with books, yet no one has opened them. Then, one small lamp is lit. The room is still quiet, still peaceful, but everything has become different. The first living cells are much like that tiny lamp. They are small, simple, almost impossible to notice. Yet they begin changing the future of an entire planet. Among these early organisms, some discover an extraordinary new way to gather energy. Instead of relying only on chemicals from the sea, they begin using sunlight itself. The faithful rays that have warmed Earth since its birth become a source of life. Today, we call these tiny pioneers cyanobacteria. Although they are microscopic, Their influence will eventually reach every forest, every mountain, every animal, and every human who will ever breathe. Imagine floating just beneath the surface of the ancient ocean. The water is calm. Golden sunlight filters softly downward. Tiny colonies of these microorganisms drift through the shallows. Some cling together in layered mats along the seafloor. Others quietly coat smooth rocks beneath the warm waves. To the eye, they appear unremarkable. Yet each tiny cell is performing one of nature's greatest miracles. With the help of sunlight, water, and carbon dioxide, these tiny organisms quietly create food for themselves. As they do, they release something almost no living creature can yet use: oxygen. At first, it seems insignificant. A few tiny bubbles drift into the surrounding water. They quickly disappear, reacting with dissolved iron and other minerals. The oceans quietly absorb nearly every bit of this new gas. For countless millions of years, oxygen never reaches the atmosphere. Instead, it patiently performs another hidden task. The ancient seas contain enormous amounts of dissolved iron. Whenever oxygen appears, the two meet. Together, they create rust. Tiny particles slowly settle toward the seafloor. Layer after layer, year after year, these minerals accumulate into vast deposits. Even today, many of the iron ores used to build bridges, railways, and cities began forming during this quiet chapter of Earth's history. Sometimes, the foundations of civilization are laid billions of years before civilization itself exists. The little cyanobacteria continue their work, morning after morning, generation after generation. They never hurry. They never pause. Each one simply follows the sunlight. As one tiny cell divides into two, then four, then thousands, their invisible labor slowly reshapes an entire world. Nearly 2 billion years pass. The oceans gradually become saturated with oxygen. There is simply less iron left to absorb it. For the first time, oxygen begins escaping into the atmosphere. Very slowly, the sky itself starts changing, not within a century, not within 1,000,000 years, but across unimaginable ages. Earth begins learning to breathe. Scientists call this extraordinary transformation the Great Oxygenation Event. The name sounds dramatic, yet if you had been watching it unfold, you might barely notice. There are no explosions, no brilliant flashes of light, only countless tiny organisms, quietly doing the same simple task, day after day, for millions upon millions of years. Nature often accomplishes its greatest achievements through remarkable consistency. Not every living thing welcomes this change. Many early organisms evolved in a world without oxygen. For them, this new gas is dangerous. Some retreat into places where oxygen cannot easily reach. Deep mud, hidden rocks, the ocean floor. Even today, descendants of those ancient microorganisms still survive in places where oxygen is scarce, living reminders of Earth's earliest age. Meanwhile, new opportunities quietly emerge. Oxygen makes far more energy available to future life. It opens doors that were previously locked. Though no animals exist yet, the foundation for their future has been laid. One invisible change will eventually allow giant forests to grow, powerful muscles to develop, fast-moving creatures to roam, and intelligent minds to wonder where they came from. All of that begins here, with organisms too small to see. High above the planet, another invisible gift quietly appears. As oxygen accumulates, some of it is transformed high in the atmosphere into ozone. This delicate layer begins shielding Earth's surface from much of the sun's harmful ultraviolet radiation. The faithful sun has never wished to harm its planets. It simply shines. Now, Earth has quietly learned how to soften the brightest parts of that light. The relationship between star and planet becomes gentler, safer, more balanced. You drift high above the ancient world. From space, Earth looks peaceful. Blue oceans shimmer beneath scattered clouds. The sun rises faithfully over the curved horizon. Nothing about the scene suggests that one of the greatest revolutions in planetary history is taking place. Yet every breath you have ever taken, every breeze that has stirred a forest, every bird that has crossed the morning sky, depends upon this quiet chapter. The air itself is being written, one microscopic breath at a time. As you continue your peaceful journey, the sun grows a little brighter with age. Earth grows ever more welcoming. Life becomes increasingly adventurous. Soon, some organisms will discover that there is more to the world than drifting alone. They will begin working together. Cells will join with other cells. Simple life will slowly become wonderfully complex. And the next great chapter of our story will quietly begin. Take a slow, peaceful breath. Feel the quiet rhythm of your breathing as we continue our gentle journey through the long life of the sun and the remarkable world that circles around it. Far below, Earth has become a calmer place. The oceans stretch beneath a pale blue sky. The atmosphere now holds precious oxygen. Tiny living cells fill every sea. For nearly 2 billion years, these microscopic pioneers have quietly shaped the planet. Yet another great change is patiently waiting. Not a change in the sun, not a change in the oceans, but a change in life itself. Imagine a village where every person lives alone. Each house grows its own food, builds its own shelter, repairs its own roof. Life is possible, but it is limited. Now imagine those same people beginning to work together. Some become builders, some become farmers, others become teachers. Suddenly, the village can create things that no single person could accomplish alone. Life discovers a similar secret. For billions of years, most organisms consist of only one cell. Each tiny cell performs every task by itself, finding food, making energy, repairing damage, creating copies. They become astonishingly successful. Even today, most living things on Earth are still microscopic. Small does not mean unimportant. In fact, the smallest forms of life have quietly ruled our planet for most of its history. Then, very slowly, something new begins. Occasionally, one tiny cell lives inside another. Instead of competing, they cooperate. The smaller cell helps produce energy. The larger cell provides protection. Both benefit. Neither wishes to leave. Generation after generation, their partnership grows stronger. Eventually, they become so closely connected that they can no longer live apart. What began as two separate lives becomes one. Even now, every cell in your body carries the memory of that ancient partnership. Inside almost every human cell are tiny structures called mitochondria. These remarkable little engines produce the energy that allows your heart to beat, your lungs to breathe, and your thoughts to quietly wander. Scientists believe mitochondria descended from ancient bacteria that formed this extraordinary alliance billions of years ago. Your own body still carries that ancient friendship. Life continues experimenting. Some cells begin remaining together after dividing. Instead of drifting apart, they stay connected. 2 become 4, 4 become 8. Small colonies emerge. Each cell begins sharing tiny responsibilities with its neighbors. The work becomes easier. The colony becomes stronger. Nature has discovered teamwork. Imagine watching a choir form. At first, only one quiet voice sings. Beautiful, but small. Then another joins. Soon, dozens of voices blend together. Each singer contributes something different. Together, they create music impossible for one voice alone. Multicellular life grows in much the same peaceful way. Each cell keeps its own simple role. Together, they build something wonderfully complex. Millions upon millions of years pass. Some cells specialize in gathering food. Others provide support. Some become sensitive to light. Others quietly transport nutrients. For the first time, living bodies begin having different parts with different jobs. Nature is becoming an architect, patiently designing more intricate forms. Not because there is a destination in mind, but because countless tiny improvements quietly accumulate. The sun continues shining faithfully overhead. Its energy arrives every morning, just as it has for billions of years. Its brightness has increased slowly over time, yet always gradually, never startling, never hurried. The steady rhythm of the sun gives life something priceless. Consistency. Every sunrise offers another opportunity for living things to grow. Another gentle beginning. Another peaceful day. As Earth's continents slowly drift across the surface, the oceans continue changing. Shallow seas appear. Coastlines lengthen. Nutrients wash into the water from young mountains. Every change creates new opportunities. The planet itself quietly joins the work of evolution. Earth and the sun, together, become partners in life's unfolding story. At last, after nearly 3 billion years of mostly invisible life, something extraordinary begins appearing beneath the waves. The first larger organisms, soft-bodied, simple, graceful. They do not yet resemble fish, or plants, or animals we would recognize. They drift peacefully through the oceans like living ribbons and delicate cushions. The Earth has entered a new chapter. Life is finally becoming visible, not abundant, not dramatic, just quietly present, like the first flowers appearing after a very long winter. You float above those ancient seas. The water remains calm. The sunlight shimmers across gentle waves. Far below, strange soft creatures move slowly across the seafloor. No bones, no shells, no sharp teeth, only peaceful forms, exploring a world that has waited billions of years for their arrival. The silence remains complete. No birds fill the air. No insects hum. Only the quiet breathing of the ocean beneath its faithful Sunday. As you drift higher, the Earth looks increasingly familiar. Blue oceans, white clouds, brown continents. The transformation has been astonishing. Yet the greatest adventure is still ahead. Soon, life will discover movement, eyes, predators, coral reefs, forests, and eventually, creatures brave enough to leave the sea and walk beneath the warm light of the sun. That remarkable awakening. Take a slow, gentle breath. Feel the quiet rise of your chest and the peaceful fall that follows. The sun continues its faithful journey across the sky. For more than 3 billion years, it has risen over the earth without missing a single morning. Its light has never hurried. Its warmth has never demanded attention. It simply shines. And beneath that patient light, life is preparing for one of its greatest awakenings. Imagine walking into a vast garden just before spring arrives. The soil appears still. The trees seem quiet. Nothing suggests what is about to happen. Then, almost without warning, tiny buds begin opening everywhere. Not because spring suddenly arrived, but because millions of quiet moments had already prepared the way. The oceans of ancient Earth are about to experience their own gentle springtime. For countless ages, simple organisms have ruled the seas. They have patiently filled the atmosphere with oxygen. They have quietly changed the chemistry of the oceans. Now, those long years of invisible work begin rewarding the planet. Life becomes more adventurous, more curious, more creative. Small colonies of cells slowly grow larger. Some become soft ribbons drifting with the currents. Others spread across the seafloor like delicate carpets. A few begin experimenting with simple body plans, front and back, top and bottom, inside and outside. These ideas seem ordinary today, yet billions of years ago, they were astonishing innovations. Nature was learning how to build living architecture. The oceans themselves are becoming richer. Continents slowly weather beneath gentle rain. Rivers carry minerals into the sea. The tides mix shallow waters. Warm currents meet cooler ones. Every movement quietly delivers nutrients to waiting organisms. Earth has become a generous home. The sun provides steady energy from above. The planet provides rich chemistry below. Together, they create endless opportunities for life. Imagine floating just beneath the waves. Sunlight filters softly through crystal clear water. The seafloor stretches peacefully below. Soft-bodied creatures rest upon the sand. Some resemble broad leaves. Others look like delicate feathers. A few appear almost like quilted cushions gently lying on the ocean floor. These strange organisms belong to one of Earth's earliest communities of larger life. They move very little. Many simply absorb nutrients from the water around them. The world remains wonderfully quiet. No fish dart through the sea. No sharks patrol the depths. No whales sing. Predators are almost unknown. The oceans feel more like peaceful underwater gardens than busy ecosystems. Every creature seems to exist in calm harmony with its surroundings. For millions of years, this peaceful rhythm continues. Yet nature is never completely still. Tiny changes quietly accumulate. Some organisms discover that movement can be useful. A gentle glide across the seafloor reveals fresh sources of food. Others develop slightly firmer bodies. Some begin sensing light more clearly. Others become better at detecting nearby chemicals in the water. None of these improvements appears dramatic on its own, but together, they begin opening entirely new possibilities. The sun watches silently from 93 million miles away. Its light reaches these ancient oceans in just over 8 minutes. The same sunlight that warms your face today also warmed these first peaceful seas. Every morning, photons born deep inside the sun complete a journey that began hundreds of thousands of years earlier within its core. Only after escaping the dense interior do they race across space, bringing gentle energy to a living world. The partnership between star and planet grows stronger with every passing age. As hundreds of millions of years drift by, life quietly becomes more complex. Simple nervous systems begin appearing. The first primitive eyes evolve, not to admire beauty, but simply to notice light and darkness. Even this modest ability changes everything. For the first time, some creatures can sense the approaching sunrise. Others can detect shadows drifting overhead. The universe is slowly learning how to see itself. Imagine opening your eyes after living your entire life in darkness. The first faint glow would feel miraculous. That is what these early light-sensitive cells represent. A tiny window into the world. One small improvement, destined to become the eagle's sharp vision, the octopus's remarkable eye, and eventually, the human gaze that would one day look back toward the sun with wonder. Earth has become wonderfully alive. Not crowded, not noisy, but quietly flourishing. Every tide carries countless living forms. Every shallow sea supports delicate communities. Every sunrise brings another peaceful opportunity for growth. Life is no longer merely surviving. It is beginning to explore, to experiment, to imagine, in its own silent biological way. What else might be possible? Far beyond Earth, the rest of the solar system follows its own peaceful rhythm. Mercury continues its swift journey around the sun. Venus slowly turns beneath its thick blanket of clouds. Mars, still young and carrying rivers of flowing water, waits quietly for its own story to unfold. Jupiter grows ever more majestic in the distance. Yet among all these worlds, only one has transformed sunlight into songs yet unsung. Only one has oceans filled with living possibility. Only one has become a place where the universe is beginning to awaken. As you gently rise above the ancient sea, the blue curve of Earth glows beneath the patient sun. Everything feels calm, balanced, hopeful, but deep beneath those peaceful waves, nature is quietly preparing another extraordinary surprise. Soon, life will begin moving faster, hunting, escaping, building shells, growing armor. The tranquil gardens of the ancient oceans will gradually become a far more dynamic world. The great flowering of animal life, known today as the Cambrian explosion. Feel your body becoming heavier, while your thoughts drift as lightly as clouds across a quiet morning sky. The faithful sun rises once again above the ancient Earth. Its light spills gently across calm oceans, just as it has every day for more than 4 billion years. The waves sparkle beneath its warmth. The tides continue their endless dance with the moon. Everything seems peaceful, yet beneath those quiet waters, life is preparing for one of the greatest transformations in Earth's history. For nearly 3 billion years, the story of life has unfolded almost invisibly. Tiny cells, simple colonies, soft-bodied creatures moving gently across the seafloor. Progress has been slow, almost dreamlike. Then, around 541 million years ago, the pace begins to change. Not overnight, not in a single generation, but over several tens of millions of years. New forms of life begin appearing with astonishing creativity. Today, scientists call this remarkable chapter the Cambrian explosion. The word explosion can sound loud and sudden, but imagine instead a meadow in early spring. One flower blooms, then another. Soon, thousands of blossoms cover the landscape. Nothing explodes. Nature simply unfolds. With breathtaking abundance, the Cambrian world blossoms in much the same gentle way. The oceans become filled with unfamiliar shapes. Some creatures develop hard shells for protection. Others grow long, flexible bodies that glide across the seafloor. A few carry rows of delicate legs. Others wave feathery arms through the water, gathering tiny particles of food. Everywhere, nature experiments. Every body plan is a quiet question. Every new form is another peaceful possibility. Imagine drifting through those warm seas. The sunlight reaches surprisingly deep into the clear water. Soft currents carry tiny plankton through the ocean. Below, the sandy floor is alive with gentle movement. Small creatures leave winding trails behind them. Others burrow quietly beneath the sediment. Some rest motionless, waiting patiently for drifting food. The ancient ocean no longer feels empty. It feels wonderfully alive. One remarkable innovation begins changing everything. Movement, not merely drifting with the current, but choosing a direction. Muscles become stronger. Bodies become more flexible. Creatures begin exploring their surroundings with purpose. The oceans become a world of travelers. Every journey, no matter how short, opens new opportunities. With movement comes another quiet invention, the ability to sense the world more clearly. Primitive eyes become increasingly sophisticated. Some detect only light. Others begin recognizing shapes and movement. Tiny antennae explore the water. Sensitive hairs feel nearby currents. Chemical receptors quietly taste the sea. For the first time, many creatures are no longer simply alive. They are becoming aware of their surroundings. Imagine opening a window in a room that has always been closed. Fresh air enters. Sunlight fills the space. The room itself has not changed, yet everything feels different. That is what new senses accomplish. The world becomes richer, more detailed, full of possibilities that had always existed, but had never before been perceived. As life becomes more active, relationships between organisms begin changing as well. Some creatures graze peacefully upon microbial mats. Others filter tiny particles from the water. A few begin feeding upon other animals. Predation quietly enters the story of life. It may sound unsettling, yet it becomes one of nature's great engines of innovation. As predators improve, prey gradually become better protected. Shells grow thicker, spines appear, camouflage develops. Every challenge inspires another gentle solution. One of the most successful groups to appear during this age is the trilobite. Imagine a small creature wearing beautifully segmented armor. Its body divided into graceful sections that allow it to crawl across the ocean floor with quiet confidence. For hundreds of millions of years, trilobites will thrive in nearly every marine environment. Today, Their fossilized remains still rest inside ancient rocks, waiting patiently for curious hands to discover them. Nearby, other extraordinary creatures roam the Cambrian seas. Anomalocaris glides through the water with broad swimming flaps, its large compound eyes watching the world in remarkable detail. Hallucigenia walks delicately upon slender spines, looking almost like something imagined in a dream. Opabinia carries 5 curious eyes and a flexible feeding appendage unlike anything alive today. To modern eyes, these animals appear wonderfully strange. Yet each one represents another chapter in nature's endless creativity. Far above, the sun remains beautifully unchanged. It shines upon every creature equally. It does not choose favorites. Its energy reaches the smallest plankton, the largest predator, and every quiet reef between them. The same sunlight warms every living thing. The same star quietly supports every new experiment unfolding beneath the waves. Its consistency allows life to become wonderfully diverse. As millions of years continue passing, the oceans become increasingly balanced. Food webs emerge. Simple ecosystems grow more complex. Every creature becomes connected to countless others. The Earth is beginning to resemble the living planet we recognize today, not because any single species dominates, but because millions of different lives quietly support one another. Nature has become an intricate tapestry, woven one thread at a time. You slowly rise above the ancient sea. The afternoon sunlight paints golden paths across the gentle waves. Beneath the surface, countless remarkable creatures continue their peaceful lives. The Cambrian bloom has transformed Earth's oceans forever. Yet another great adventure patiently waits ahead. Some brave descendants of these ocean dwellers, over unimaginable spans of time, will eventually leave the water behind. They will discover rivers, forests, mountains, and skies filled with sunlight. The story of life is preparing to step onto land for the very first time. Take a slow, deep breath. Let your shoulders soften. Let your thoughts become as gentle as the tide, rolling quietly onto a peaceful shore. Tonight, our journey carries us to one of the most remarkable moments in Earth's long history. For billions of years, life has belonged almost entirely to the sea. The oceans have been its cradle, its home, its classroom. But now, under the steady light of the faithful sun, a few courageous descendants begin exploring an entirely new world. Imagine standing at the edge of a calm beach just after sunrise. Behind you, the waves whisper against the sand. Ahead, the land stretches into silence. No footprints, no trees, no birdsong, only bare rock, gentle hills, and a sky painted with soft morning light. This is what Earth once looked like. The continents are still mostly empty, waiting patiently for life to arrive. Although the land appears lifeless, it is quietly changing. Rain falls upon young mountains. Rivers carve peaceful valleys. Wind carries tiny grains of sand across open plains. Volcanoes slowly build fresh islands. Every sunrise, the sun gently warms these quiet landscapes. Every evening, they cool beneath the stars. Nature is preparing another home. The first pioneers are surprisingly small, long before animals venture ashore. Tiny microorganisms settle onto damp rocks, Communities of bacteria and algae spread across moist surfaces. Thin green films appear beside rivers, along coastlines, and wherever water lingers after the rain. These humble pioneers begin slowly transforming the land, just as their ancestors once transformed the oceans. Over countless generations, simple plants follow. They do not yet resemble towering forests. Most are small, soft, no taller than your hand, without flowers, without seeds, without deep roots. They live close to streams and marshes, where moisture is never far away. Yet they accomplish something extraordinary. For the first time, the continents begin turning green. Imagine watching the first moss quietly spread across bare stone. At first, only a tiny patch appears, then another. Soon, the gray rocks wear soft blankets of green. The change happens so gradually that no single sunrise reveals it. Yet century after century, the landscape becomes gentler, more welcoming. Life has begun decorating the continents. As plants grow, they quietly reshape the land. Their tiny roots break apart solid rock. Dead leaves mix with crushed minerals. Slowly, the first true soils begin forming. What was once bare stone becomes rich earth, a place where future forests will someday flourish. Nature is building tomorrow, grain by grain. The sun continues its steady work. Each morning, its light pours across the young continents. The little plants gather that light, transforming sunlight into growth. No engines, no machines, only the quiet miracle of photosynthesis. The same ancient partnership between star and life continues, now reaching beyond the oceans. Soon, small animals begin following the plants. The earliest visitors are humble creatures, tiny relatives of modern millipedes, primitive insects, and spider-like animals. They do not travel far. Most remain close to damp ground, where water is always nearby. Every journey onto land is cautious. Every step is an experiment. Imagine one tiny creature leaving the water's edge. Its body glistens with moisture. The air feels wonderfully different. Gravity feels stronger without the support of water. The ground beneath it is firm. Above, the sky seems impossibly vast. It pauses, then takes another careful step. History quietly changes. Life on land is not easy. The sun can dry delicate bodies. Temperatures rise during the day and fall again at night. Food is scattered. Water must be found. Yet each challenge inspires another quiet solution. Some animals develop stronger legs. Others create protective outer coverings. Plants grow taller to gather more sunlight. Roots reach deeper into the soil. Little by little, life learns the rhythm of the land. Millions of years pass. The small green carpets become dense wetlands. The wetlands become broad forests filled with giant ferns, horsetails, and towering club mosses. Some rise higher than a modern house. The air grows rich with oxygen. Dragonflies with enormous wings glide through the warm sky. The earth feels lush, peaceful, and wonderfully alive. The continents are no longer silent. They have become living landscapes beneath the patient sun. Far above, the sun itself has changed very little. It shines slightly brighter than it did billions of years earlier. Yet its gift remains beautifully consistent. Every leaf unfolding in the morning, every tiny insect crawling through the forest, every stream sparkling beneath the sky. depends upon energy that began deep inside the sun's heart. Photons created long ago finally arrive, warming forests that did not even exist when their journey began. There is something wonderfully comforting about that thought. Light is always carrying memories from the distant past. You drift above one of these ancient forests. Mist rises softly from quiet wetlands. Gentle breezes ripple through tall green fronds. Small streams wind between moss-covered stones. The only sounds are rustling leaves, flowing water, and the peaceful rhythm of a world growing more alive with every passing age. It is difficult to imagine that these tranquil forests will one day give rise to towering trees, songbirds, mammals, and eventually, people who will look up at the sun and wonder about their own beginnings. As evening settles across the ancient earth, golden sunlight stretches through the young forests. Long shadows reach across the wetlands. Life has found its footing upon the land. But another remarkable chapter quietly approaches. Some of these adventurous creatures, having mastered rivers and forests, will soon discover an even greater freedom. They will lay eggs upon dry ground, leave the water behind forever, and begin the long age of reptiles. Beneath the ever-faithful light of the sun, take one slow, peaceful breath. Allow the quiet rhythm of your breathing to carry you farther through the long history of our world. The forests below have grown lush beneath the patient light of the sun. Towering ferns sway gently in warm breezes. Broad rivers wander through endless wetlands. Dragonflies glide silently above quiet pools. For millions of years, Earth has become greener, richer, and wonderfully alive. Now, another remarkable chapter begins. Life is preparing to become truly independent from the water. Imagine watching a family build its first home on a distant frontier. 4 generations. They have lived beside the river. Every part of life depends upon the water. Then one day, they discover they can carry everything they need with them. Suddenly, an entire continent becomes possible. The story of reptiles begins with a similar freedom. Earlier amphibians had already taken their first careful steps onto land. They could breathe air. Their strong limbs carried them through forests and along riverbanks. But one important connection still remained. To reproduce, they had to return to water. Their delicate eggs could not survive in dry air. Each new generation began beside ponds, lakes, or slow-moving streams. Water still held them close. Then, nature quietly found another solution. The amniotic egg. It may appear simple, yet it was one of evolution's greatest inventions. Inside a protective shell, an embryo carried its own tiny world. Nourishment, water, protection. Everything needed for early development traveled together inside one remarkable package. Now, young reptiles could hatch far from rivers and lakes. The continents suddenly became much larger. Imagine holding a carefully packed travel bag. Everything you need for a long journey is safely inside. Food, water, shelter. The amniotic egg served a similar purpose. It allowed life to travel, to explore, and to settle places that had never before supported large animals. Freedom sometimes arrives in very quiet forms. The earliest reptiles were modest creatures. Many were no larger than modern lizards. They slipped quietly through dense forests, rested beneath fallen logs, and hunted insects among the leaves. Nothing about them suggested they would one day produce dinosaurs, birds, crocodiles, and countless other descendants. Their beginnings were humble, as so often happens in nature. Great stories began very small. The world itself continued changing. The continents slowly drifted together. Over millions of years, they merged into one enormous supercontinent. Today, we call it Pangaea. Imagine standing upon land so vast. You could travel for months without reaching another ocean. Mountains rose. Deserts stretched toward distant horizons. Great forests covered enormous valleys. Earth had become one giant connected world. Along the coastlines, the waves continued their timeless rhythm. Far inland, the climate became warmer and drier. Some regions experienced long seasons without rain. The sun shone brightly over broad, open plains. Life responded with quiet creativity. Plants developed tougher leaves. Seeds became increasingly important. Animals learned new ways to conserve water. Every challenge invited another gentle adaptation. The forests themselves slowly changed. The towering fern forests remained, but new plants appeared among them. Ancient relatives of pines, cycads, and ginkgo trees spread across the landscape. Unlike many earlier plants, their seeds could survive dry conditions. The forests became more resilient, more diverse. Their green canopy stretched beneath the same faithful sun, morning after peaceful morning. Imagine walking through one of these ancient woodlands. Warm sunlight filters between tall branches. The air smells of damp earth, fresh resin, and soft moss. Tiny reptiles rustle through fallen leaves. Primitive insects buzz lazily above shallow pools. In the distance, a gentle stream murmurs over smooth stones. There is no roar, no thunder, only the quiet sounds of a living world finding its balance. High above, the sun continues its patient work. Deep inside its core, hydrogen atoms quietly fuse into helium. Every second, an unimaginable amount of energy is released. Yet only a tiny fraction reaches Earth. That small share is enough to warm forests, power winds, feed growing plants, and sustain every living creature beneath its light. The sun asks for nothing in return. It simply gives, day after day, age after age. Meanwhile, time continues its slow march forward. Millions of years drift past like leaves upon a quiet river. Some reptiles grow larger, others become faster. A few return to the oceans. Some begin gliding through the air. Evolution explores every possibility with gentle patience. The Earth has become an endless workshop of living ideas. Yet beneath the peaceful forests, another quiet change is unfolding. Deep inside the planet, tectonic plates continue moving. Volcanoes awaken from time to time. Mountain ranges slowly rise. The continents never truly stand still. The Earth itself remains wonderfully alive. Its surface shifts so gradually that no creature notices. But over countless generations, entire worlds are reshaped. As evening settles across ancient Pangaea, golden sunlight stretches over forests, rivers, and distant mountains. Small reptiles quietly disappear into sheltered burrows. The air cools. Stars begin appearing one by one above the darkening sky. The sun has completed another faithful day. unaware that its steady warmth is guiding life toward one of its greatest ages. Soon, the descendants of these humble reptiles will grow into creatures unlike anything the Earth has ever seen. Some will tower as high as buildings. Others will soar across the skies. They will rule the planet for more than 160 million years. The magnificent age of dinosaurs is quietly waiting, just beyond tomorrow's sunrise. Take a slow, peaceful breath. Let every exhale carry away the busy thoughts of the day, until only calm remains. Above you, the faithful sun rises once more. Its golden light spreads across ancient forests, wide rivers, and quiet valleys where dinosaurs have walked for millions of years. The world feels timeless, balanced, almost unchanging, yet hidden among the familiar green leaves. A quiet revolution is beginning, one so gentle that even the largest dinosaurs scarcely notice. Imagine walking through an old forest where every tree looks much the same. Tall conifers reach toward the sky. Ancient cycads spread stiff crowns of green. Fern-covered ground stretches beneath their shade. The forest is beautiful, but its colors rarely change. Then one spring morning, a single bright blossom quietly opens. Soon another appears, then another. Little by little, new colors begin weaving themselves into the landscape. That is how flowering plants first entered Earth's story. For hundreds of millions of years, plants reproduced mainly with spores or exposed seeds. Their methods worked well. The forests flourished. But evolution is endlessly curious. Around 140 million years ago, during the early Cretaceous period, a remarkable new group of plants began spreading across the continents. The first flowering plants, known today as angiosperms. Their blossoms were modest at first, nothing like the vast fields of wildflowers we know today. Many were small, simple, almost hidden beneath larger plants. Yet inside every flower rested an extraordinary innovation, a more efficient way to reproduce. Seeds protected within fruits, partnerships with insects, a quiet invitation for cooperation. Imagine a tiny flowering plant growing beside an ancient stream. Morning sunlight warms its delicate petals. A small beetle wanders across the blossom, searching for food. Without realizing it, the beetle carries pollen to another nearby flower. The plant receives help. The insect receives nourishment. Neither understands the importance of the moment. Yet together, they begin reshaping an entire planet. For the first time, plants and animals form deeply connected partnerships. Insects become messengers between flowers. Flowers offer nectar and pollen in return. Each species quietly influences the other. As flowers become more colorful, insects become better at finding them. As insects become more efficient, flowers become even more successful. Nature discovers that cooperation can sometimes accomplish more than competition. The forests slowly transform. Bright blossoms appear beneath towering conifers. New shrubs spread through sunny clearings. Small fruit-bearing plants colonize riverbanks. The landscape gains new colors. Soft whites, gentle yellows, delicate purples, hints of red. Earth begins decorating itself in ways it never had before. Imagine wandering through one of these ancient valleys at sunrise. Tiny flowers glisten with dew. Warm air carries faint sweet fragrances. Small insects hum quietly from blossom to blossom. Nearby, a herd of peaceful herbivorous dinosaurs moves through the forest, hardly noticing the tiny revolution unfolding beneath their feet. Sometimes, history changes in places that seem too small to matter. Flowering plants bring another remarkable gift: fruit. Instead of leaving seeds exposed, many plants wrap them inside soft, nutritious coverings. Animals begin eating the fruit, then carrying the seeds to distant places. Forests spread farther than ever before. The partnership grows stronger. Plants feed animals. Animals help plants travel. Both flourish together beneath the patient sun. Far above, the sun shines exactly as it always has. Its light falls equally upon towering dinosaurs, tiny flowers, restless insects, and quiet rivers. It asks no creature to become great. It simply offers energy. What life chooses to create with that gift becomes Earth's unfolding story. As millions of years quietly pass, flowering plants become increasingly common. Some forests remain dominated by conifers. Others slowly fill with broad-leaved trees. The world grows richer, more diverse, more colorful. The ancestors of today's oaks, magnolias, sycamores, and countless other familiar trees begin their long journey through time. Many of the flowers that brighten modern gardens trace their ancestry back to these quiet beginnings. The dinosaurs continue thriving. Gentle giants browse among flowering shrubs. Duck-billed dinosaurs feed on fresh leaves. Horned dinosaurs wander open plains. Small feathered dinosaurs dart through flowering undergrowth, perhaps searching for insects hidden among the blossoms. The new plants quietly become part of everyday life. Without flowers, the dinosaur world would have looked very different. Above the forests, the skies are no longer empty. Ancient birds glide between the trees. Their ancestors were small feathered dinosaurs, but now they have become true masters of flight. Morning after morning, they greet the rising sun with graceful wings. The first birds do not yet sing as modern birds do. Their calls are simple, gentle, soft echoes drifting through ancient forests, a preview of melodies still millions of years away. As evening approaches, golden sunlight pours across fields sprinkled with delicate blossoms. Warm breezes ripple through flowering branches. Tiny insects settle for the night. Great dinosaurs rest beside quiet rivers. Everything seems wonderfully peaceful. No creature senses how close the world stands to another great turning point. Far beyond Earth's gentle skies, a wandering asteroid continues its silent journey around the sun. For millions of years, its path has remained unnoticed. It drifts through the darkness, patiently following the laws of gravity. Neither the flowers, nor the dinosaurs, nor the birds know that one distant traveler is slowly approaching. Its arrival is still far enough away that another peaceful age remains to be lived. But the next chapter of our journey will gently carry us toward one of the most profound transitions in the history of life. As the faithful sun rises over a world about to change forever, take a slow, gentle breath. Feel yourself settling into complete comfort. As the quiet story of our sun continues, far beyond the blue sky, beyond the moon, beyond the familiar paths of the planets, A rocky traveler has been quietly circling the sun for countless millions of years. It has no destination, no purpose. It simply follows gravity's invisible pathways. Around and around the sun it travels, sharing the same ancient star as Earth. For ages, its journey never crosses our world's path. Then, ever so gradually, the paths begin to meet. Imagine two leaves floating down a broad, peaceful river. For miles, they drift separately. The current carries each along its own quiet course. Then, almost by chance, their paths slowly converge. The meeting lasts only a moment, yet everything afterward is different. That is how cosmic encounters often unfold, not through intention, but through the quiet mathematics of gravity. The asteroid is enormous, perhaps around 10 kilometers, or 6 miles, across. To human eyes, it would resemble a mountain sailing silently through space. Yet compared with Earth, it is only a tiny visitor. The darkness around it is perfectly still. There is no sound, only endless silence, and the soft glow of the distant sun reflecting from ancient stone. As Earth continues its faithful orbit, the distance between planet and asteroid grows smaller. No dinosaur notices. No bird looks upward with concern. No flower closes its petals. Life continues exactly as it always has. Morning follows night. The sun rises. The forests breathe. Streams continue flowing toward the sea. Nature remains wonderfully calm. Then, about 66 million years ago, Earth arrives at the precise place, at the precise moment, where two ancient journeys finally cross. The asteroid enters the atmosphere. For a brief instant, the sky becomes brighter than anything most living creatures have ever seen. The rushing rock compresses the air before it, creating unimaginable heat. It descends faster than a rifle bullet, faster than sound, faster than thought. We will not linger on violence. Instead, imagine watching from very far away, from the peaceful safety of space. You see only a brilliant flash, like a tiny spark appearing upon a beautiful blue marble. The oceans remain blue. The continents remain green. Yet one small point glows with astonishing brightness. Then, the light slowly fades. The impact occurs near what is now the Yucatan Peninsula. A vast crater forms in an instant. Rock behaves almost like liquid under such tremendous energy. Mountains briefly rise, then collapse. Dust, vaporized stone, and molten droplets climb high into the atmosphere. The Earth exhales a cloud unlike any before. The faithful sun still shines. Its light continues traveling toward Earth at the speed of light. But something has changed. The sky is no longer clear. Tiny particles begin spreading around the globe. Day after day, the atmosphere grows hazier. Sunlight struggles to reach the forests below. The familiar warmth becomes softer, dimmer. The world slowly enters an unusually long twilight. Imagine lighting a candle behind a thick curtain. The flame never goes out. Its light remains just as bright, yet only a faint glow reaches the room. That is what happens to the sun. The star itself has not changed. Only the veil between Earth and its sunlight has grown thicker. Sometimes, even the brightest light cannot fully reach those waiting below. Plants begin receiving less energy. Many struggle to grow. As forests change, The animals depending upon them also begin changing. Food becomes scarcer. Long-established ecosystems quietly unravel. Large dinosaurs, whose enormous bodies require vast amounts of vegetation, face challenges unlike any before. Smaller animals often adapt more easily. Many find shelter underground. Some survive on seeds, insects, or stored food. Nature gently begins turning another page. Tiny mammals wait patiently inside burrows. Birds search for scattered food. Crocodiles remain in quiet rivers. Turtles rest beneath muddy water. Countless insects continue their ancient work. Not every story ends. Many simply continue in quieter forms. Life has always been remarkably resilient. Millions of years earlier, the dinosaurs inherited a changing world. Now, their long reign slowly draws toward its close. It is a chapter lasting more than 160 million years, far longer than humanity has existed. Their age does not end because they were weak, nor because they failed. The Earth simply changed, as it has so many times before. Above the dusty skies, the sun remains exactly what it has always been, a steady star, pouring out warmth without interruption. Every second, its light continues leaving the solar surface. Some rays are blocked by clouds of dust. Others slip through small openings, touching lonely patches of forest. Wherever sunlight reaches the ground, life quietly holds on. Eventually, the skies begin clearing once again. Fresh sunlight pours across the continents. The forests slowly recover. Flowers bloom once more. Rivers sparkle beneath bright blue skies. But the world that greets the returning sunlight is different. The great non-avian dinosaurs are gone. Only their feathered descendants, the birds, continue carrying their ancient legacy into every new sunrise. The age of dinosaurs has gently come to its close, yet the story of life is far from finished. Hidden in quiet burrows, small furry creatures are preparing for their own remarkable chapter. Beneath the faithful warmth of the same ancient sun, take one slow, easy breath. Feel every muscle soften. As we continue our gentle journey through the long life of the sun, the skies have cleared once again. Morning light pours across rivers and forests. The familiar warmth of the sun returns to the earth, just as it has after countless dawns before. The world is quieter now. The great non-avian dinosaurs, who ruled the continents for more than 160 million years, have gently passed into history. Yet nature never leaves a chapter empty for long. As one story quietly closes, another begins. Imagine walking through a peaceful forest after a long winter. Many old trees have fallen. Sunlight now reaches the forest floor. Tiny seedlings, once hidden beneath deep shade, finally have room to grow. The forest has not ended. It is simply beginning again. That is how the age of mammals quietly unfolds. Long before the dinosaurs disappeared, small mammals already lived among them. Most were no larger than mice. Some searched for insects beneath fallen leaves. Others climbed trees during the cool evening hours. Many spent daylight safely hidden underground. For millions of years, they lived quietly, almost unnoticed beneath the feet of giants. Patience became their greatest strength. Imagine one tiny mammal emerging from its burrow just before sunrise. The air is cool. Morning mist hangs low over the grass. Its whiskers gently brush the damp earth. Small ears turn toward distant sounds. Large eyes search the soft morning light. The world suddenly feels much larger than it did before. Not because the earth has grown, but because there is finally room to explore. Without the great dinosaurs occupying nearly every role, new opportunities appear everywhere. Some mammals remain in the forests. Others venture into open grasslands. A few return to the oceans. Still others learn to glide between trees. Every new habitat becomes an invitation. Nature quietly begins another season of experimentation. One remarkable feature helps mammals thrive: warm blood. Unlike many reptiles, their bodies produce their own heat. Whether the morning is cool or the evening grows cold, they can remain active. Soft fur traps warmth close to the skin. Parents care for their young with extraordinary devotion. Milk nourishes newborns during their earliest days. These simple gifts quietly strengthen each new generation. Imagine a mother mammal resting beneath the shelter of an ancient tree. Her tiny young sleep peacefully beside her. The forest is calm. Warm sunlight filters gently through the leaves. There is no rush, only quiet care and the slow rhythm of life continuing. Love, in its earliest biological form, has become another powerful force in Earth's story. Millions of years drift by, as gently as waves upon a quiet shore. The continents continue moving apart. New mountain ranges slowly rise. Rivers carve fresh valleys. Changing climates create new habitats. The earth never stops reshaping itself. Neither does life. Some mammals become expert climbers. Flexible hands grasp sturdy branches. Sharp eyesight helps them judge distances through the forest canopy. Others develop powerful legs for running across open plains. Some grow long snouts for digging. Others develop remarkable senses of smell. Evolution continues working with quiet patience, adding one small improvement after another. Meanwhile, flowering plants spread farther across the world. Forests become increasingly colorful. Fruit grows in abundance. Seeds travel with birds and mammals alike. Insects continue pollinating blossoms beneath the steady warmth of the sun. Every living thing becomes connected through countless invisible relationships. The web of life grows ever more intricate. Far above, our faithful sun remains in the prime of its life. It is now roughly halfway through its long existence. For nearly 5 billion years, it has quietly transformed hydrogen into helium. Another 5 billion years still lie ahead before its own great transformation begins. To the creatures below, the sun seems eternal. Every sunrise feels familiar, every season dependable. Its steady nature allows evolution the precious gift of time. Imagine watching sunlight stream through a forest canopy. Each beam illuminates floating dust, tiny insects, fresh green leaves, and quiet streams. The light itself has traveled nearly 150 million kilometers, about 93 million miles, to arrive here. After crossing the emptiness of space in just over 8 minutes, it becomes warmth upon your face, energy inside every leaf, life inside every living cell. A remarkable journey, completed in perfect silence. As millions more years pass, some mammals begin growing larger. Gentle grazing animals wander broad meadows. Early horses, small at first, move gracefully through woodlands. Ancestors of elephants appear. Whales return completely to the sea. Their distant reptilian oceans now replaced by mammalian descendants. Even bats discover the skies, becoming the only mammals to achieve powered flight. Nature continues exploring every possibility. High in the trees, another quiet story begins. Small primates leap carefully among the branches. Their hands become increasingly skillful. Forward-facing eyes provide excellent depth perception. Curiosity becomes one of their greatest gifts. They examine leaves, stones, branches, and one another. Few creatures realize it, but these small forest dwellers carry the distant promise of something extraordinary. Evening settles across the ancient forests. The sky glows with soft shades of gold and amber. Birds settle into quiet branches. Gentle mammals return to sheltered dens. The last sunlight sparkles upon winding rivers. The faithful sun slowly slips below the horizon, bringing another peaceful day to its close. The age of mammals has only just begun. For tens of millions of years, they will quietly spread across every continent and every ocean. And among those many remarkable creatures, one small lineage of curious primates will eventually lift its eyes toward the heavens, wondering about the bright star that has watched over Earth since the very beginning. That quiet moment of curiosity, take one slow, peaceful breath. Let your thoughts drift, as gently as leaves floating upon a quiet stream. The earth has become a different world. The forests are greener. The flowers are brighter. Birds glide through the morning sky. Gentle mammals wander across open meadows. Above them all, the faithful sun rises once again, exactly as it has for billions of years. Today, our journey brings us to a quiet beginning. Not the beginning of life, but the beginning of wonder. Imagine standing in a warm forest just after sunrise. Golden light filters through broad green leaves. The morning air carries the scent of fresh earth after gentle rain. Small mammals move quietly among the branches overhead. Most are content simply finding food, avoiding danger, raising their young. Yet among them, one family begins seeing the world a little differently. These are the early primates. They are not human, not even close. Many are no larger than squirrels. Soft fur covers their bodies. Long tails help them balance high among the branches. Their hands grasp limbs with surprising skill. Forward-facing eyes allow them to judge distance accurately. Life in the trees demands careful movement. Every leap requires precision. Every branch must be trusted. Imagine climbing through an endless green cathedral. Branches stretch in every direction. Sunlight flickers through moving leaves. The forest canopy sways gently in the breeze. Each careful step requires attention. Every glance measures distance. Little by little, these climbing animals develop remarkable vision and coordination. The trees become both playground and classroom. Curiosity quietly becomes one of their greatest strengths. Instead of simply passing by an unfamiliar object, they pause. They inspect it. A smooth stone, an unusual fruit, a broken branch, a strange insect resting upon a leaf. Curiosity asks no urgent questions. It simply wonders. And sometimes, wonder changes everything. Millions of years drift quietly onward. The continents continue their slow dance. Mountain ranges rise. Ancient seas disappear. New grasslands spread across the landscape. Some forests shrink as climates gradually become cooler and drier. Not every primate remains among the trees. A few adventurous groups begin exploring the open ground. Imagine stepping from cool forest shade into a wide, sunlit meadow. The horizon suddenly feels endless. Tall grasses ripple softly like waves upon the sea. The warm sun touches your face directly. Without branches overhead, the sky seems impossibly large. The world has become both more beautiful and more uncertain. Living on open ground demands new abilities. Standing a little taller helps spot distant predators. Stronger legs make long journeys easier. Hands become increasingly free to carry food, care for young, or pick up interesting objects. Each small change appears almost insignificant, yet given enough generations, tiny differences quietly reshape an entire lineage. Far above, the sun remains Earth's constant companion. Its steady light creates the cycles of day and night. Its warmth influences rainfall, winds, and the changing seasons. Creatures slowly begin organizing their lives around these dependable rhythms. Morning becomes a time for gathering. Midday invites rest beneath cool shade. Evening brings gentle activity once more. The sun quietly becomes nature's oldest clock. Imagine watching one curious primate pause at dawn. Instead of immediately searching for food, it simply looks east. Golden light spills across distant hills. Mist glows softly above the valleys. For a brief moment, it watches the sunrise. Perhaps there is no deep thought, no understanding of stars or planets, only quiet attention. Sometimes, the first step toward knowledge is simply noticing. Millions more years quietly pass. Brains grow slightly larger. Memory improves. Communication becomes richer. Families cooperate more closely. Youngsters spend longer learning from their parents. Knowledge begins passing from one generation to the next, not only through instinct, but through experience. Nature has discovered another powerful tool: learning. Imagine a mother patiently showing her young where sweet fruit grows each season. No words are needed, only observation, practice, gentle repetition. The little one watches carefully, remembers, returns the following year. A tiny lesson becomes a lasting tradition. This simple act, repeated countless times, will one day blossom into culture itself. Across Africa, new landscapes continue forming. Woodlands alternate with broad grassy plains. Changing climates encourage flexibility. Those able to adapt survive. Those unable to change quietly fade away. Evolution is never hurried. It simply rewards whatever fits the present world. Above every changing landscape, the sun continues shining with remarkable consistency. Deep inside its glowing heart, billions upon billions of hydrogen nuclei quietly merge every second. The light produced today will leave the sun's surface, cross the vast emptiness of space, and gently warm the faces of creatures still unaware of their remarkable future. The same sunlight touching these early primates will someday shine upon cities, observatories, spacecraft, and telescopes looking back toward the very star that made them possible. As evening arrives, soft amber light settles across the African plains. Small primates gather together before nightfall. Birds glide toward quiet branches. Warm breezes ripple through tall grasses. The faithful sun slowly disappears beneath the horizon, closing another peaceful day. These curious animals know nothing of astronomy, nothing of gravity, nothing of galaxies. Yet within their patient eyes and growing minds lies the distant promise of a species that will someday ask questions unlike any ever asked before. Soon, one branch of this ancient family will begin walking upright. It will craft the first simple tools. It will gather around fire. And one clear evening, beneath a sky filled with stars, it will finally wonder, what is that brilliant light above us? That gentle question will begin the next remarkable chapter of our story. Take one slow, gentle breath. Allow your thoughts to settle. Like morning mist resting upon a quiet valley, the sun rises once again. Golden light spreads across broad African grasslands. Acacia trees cast long shadows. A cool breeze moves softly through tall grasses. Birds greet the morning. Small herds of antelope wander peacefully toward fresh water. The earth has become familiar, yet every new dawn quietly prepares another beginning. Millions of years have passed since the first curious primates climbed through ancient forests. Generation after generation, their descendants slowly changed, not in sudden leaps, not in dramatic moments, but through countless tiny steps, each almost too small to notice. Nature has always preferred patience. Imagine watching a single seed grow into a mighty tree. You never witness the exact moment it becomes taller. Day by day, the change is almost invisible. Yet after many years, a forest stands where only open ground once existed. Humanity begins in much the same quiet way. Around 7 million years ago, one branch of the primate family tree began following its own path. These early ancestors still looked very different from us. Their brains were small. Their bodies were covered with hair. Many still climbed trees with remarkable skill. Yet something new was quietly unfolding. They were spending more time walking upon the ground. Imagine standing at the edge of a wide grassy plain. Behind you, the cool forest offers shelter. Ahead, the open landscape stretches toward the horizon. Food waits beyond the trees. So does uncertainty. One careful step follows another. Little by little, the open world becomes home. Walking upright offers unexpected gifts. The hands are no longer needed for every step. They become free to carry food, to gather useful branches, to protect young children, to hold curious objects discovered along the way. The head rises higher above the grasses. Distant rivers become easier to see. Predators are noticed sooner. Every small advantage quietly shapes future generations. The sun becomes even more important. Across the open plains, its light defines the rhythm of every day. Morning offers cool temperatures for traveling. The bright heat of midday invites rest beneath scattered trees. Evening becomes another peaceful time for gathering. Life follows the steady heartbeat of sunrise and sunset. Imagine one small family resting beneath an ancient acacia tree. Warm sunlight filters through delicate leaves. Children play quietly with smooth stones. Adults share gathered roots and fruit. No cities, no roads, no written language. Only family, the landscape, and the faithful sun watching over another peaceful afternoon. Over millions of years, brains gradually grow larger. Memory becomes richer. Communication becomes more expressive. Simple sounds slowly carry greater meaning. Learning occupies more of childhood. Parents and grandparents pass knowledge from one generation to the next. Experience itself becomes a precious inheritance. One remarkable day, perhaps beside a quiet river, someone notices that one stone strikes another in a useful way. A sharp edge appears. The stone can now cut plants, prepare food, or shape wood. The first stone tools are wonderfully simple, yet they represent something extraordinary. For the first time, knowledge begins changing the environment as much as the environment changes life. Imagine hearing the gentle tap, tap, tap of stone against stone. A tiny flake falls away. Another follows. Soon, a rough cutting tool rests inside careful hands. No celebration follows. No one realizes history has quietly shifted. Often, the greatest revolutions arrive almost unnoticed. As time continues flowing, many human relatives appear. Some flourish for long ages. Others quietly disappear. Species such as Australopithecus walk across African landscapes. Later, members of the genus Homo emerge. Each carries slightly different abilities. Each contributes another small chapter to humanity's long story. Evolution does not move in a straight line. It grows like the branches of an ancient tree. Far above, the sun continues shining with remarkable steadiness. Its energy feeds the grasses covering the plains. Those grasses nourish grazing animals. Those animals become food for predators, and sometimes for early humans as well. Every meal, every breath, every heartbeat is ultimately connected to sunlight captured by green leaves. The entire web of life quietly depends upon one faithful star. Imagine looking into the clear waters of a peaceful river. A curious face looks back, not quite modern, not quite ancient. A face carrying countless generations of change. Eyes filled with curiosity. Hands capable of remarkable precision. A growing mind beginning to ask silent questions about the world. As hundreds of thousands of years pass, humans learn to cooperate in larger groups. They share food, protect one another, care for the elderly, raise children together. Community becomes one of humanity's greatest strengths. No individual survives alone for long. Together, they become wonderfully adaptable. Then, another quiet discovery changes everything. Fire, at first, perhaps only borrowed from lightning-struck trees, carefully protected, slowly understood, eventually learned. Its warmth extends the day. Its light pushes back the darkness. Cooked food becomes easier to digest. Stories begin gathering around glowing embers beneath the evening sky. Imagine a peaceful camp as twilight settles across the savannah. A gentle fire crackles softly. Warm orange light dances across thoughtful faces. Children listen quietly. Older voices tell stories remembered across generations. Above them, countless stars fill the night. The moon rises, and beyond every story, beyond every campfire, the same faithful sun waits patiently below the horizon, ready to greet another dawn. Soon, one remarkable human species will appear. It will paint caves, cross oceans, build villages, study the stars, and eventually, it will discover that the bright sun overhead is not simply a light in the sky, but a magnificent star whose life story began billions of years before the first human ever opened curious eyes. That extraordinary realization. Take a slow, comfortable breath. Feel your body becoming wonderfully heavy, while your thoughts drift as softly as clouds across an evening sky. The sun has completed another faithful day. Its golden light slowly fades beyond the distant hills. Gentle shadows stretch across quiet grasslands. The air cools. A few stars begin appearing overhead. For the first time in our journey, we arrive in a world where someone pauses, looks upward, and wonders. Imagine sitting beside a small campfire. The flames dance quietly. Warm light flickers across familiar faces. Children lean close to listen. Older voices speak slowly, sharing memories of places visited, animals encountered, and seasons remembered. Beyond the circle of firelight, the night feels vast and peaceful. Above, thousands of stars quietly fill the darkness. Our own species, Homo sapiens, appears roughly 300,000 years ago. At first, their lives seem remarkably simple. They gather food, hunt carefully, raise children, build temporary shelters, walk beside rivers, cross open plains, and follow migrating animals through changing seasons. Yet something extraordinary quietly sets them apart: their imagination. Imagine picking up a smooth stone from the ground. To most animals, it is simply another rock, but a human mind begins seeing possibilities. A tool, a hammer, a scraper, perhaps even the beginning of a future invention. The object itself has not changed, only the imagination observing it. The growing human brain becomes remarkably good at something new. It creates stories, not merely memories, but shared ideas, lessons, dreams, plans for tomorrow. Stories allow knowledge to survive long after a single lifetime ends. A child learns from grandparents, who learned from their own elders, stretching wisdom across countless generations. Memory becomes stronger than instinct alone. As evening deepens, people begin noticing patterns above them. The moon changes shape each month. Certain stars return every season. Winter follows autumn, spring follows winter, and every morning, without fail, the sun rises once more. Slowly, the heavens become a great calendar, a dependable guide. Imagine waking before dawn beside a quiet river. The world is wrapped in cool blue darkness. Birds remain silent. Mist floats gently across the water. Then, the eastern horizon slowly brightens. A narrow band of gold appears. Moments later, the sun gently lifts above the earth. Its warmth touches your face. The chill begins to disappear. Another day has begun. After seeing this happen thousands of times, how could anyone not feel wonder? Long before science, people create stories to explain the sunrise. Some imagine the sun carried across the sky by a great bird. Others picture a glowing chariot. Some believe a powerful spirit lights the heavens each morning. Across continents, different cultures imagine different answers. Yet every story begins with the same simple observation. The sun is beautiful. The sun is dependable. The sun gives life. None of these early explanations are foolish. They are honest attempts to understand a mysterious world. Curiosity always comes before certainty. Questions always come before answers. Every scientist who has ever lived once began as someone simply wondering. Meanwhile, the Earth itself continues changing. Ice ages come and go. Great glaciers slowly spread across northern lands. Then, over thousands of years, they quietly retreat again. Sea levels rise, then fall. Forests expand. Grasslands return. Human communities adapt to every changing landscape. The sun remains constant through it all. Far above, its brilliant surface continues glowing at nearly 10,000 degrees Fahrenheit, about 5,500 degrees Celsius. Beneath that glowing surface, energy created deep within the core slowly works its way outward. The sunlight warming an ancient campsite tonight began its journey inside the sun hundreds of thousands of years ago. Only after an unimaginably long struggle through the crowded interior did those photons finally escape into space. 8 minutes later, they reached Earth. Warming faces gathered around a quiet fire. Imagine one child sitting beside that fire. While others sleep, the child quietly watches the stars. Questions fill a curious mind. Why does the sun disappear? Where does it go? Why do stars remain while daylight fades? The questions have no answers yet, only wonder. Sometimes, wonder is enough. Thousands of generations pass. Stone tools become finer. Spears become straighter. Needles stitch warm clothing. Boats cross rivers. People paint magnificent animals on cave walls using charcoal and colorful minerals. Hands leave red and ochre prints upon stone. These paintings are more than decoration. They are memory, hope, imagination made visible. Imagine entering a peaceful cave lit only by flickering firelight. Painted bison seem to move across the walls. Wild horses race through the shadows. Gentle deer stand quietly beneath invisible trees. Someone created these images many thousands of years ago. Their voice has long since fallen silent, yet their thoughts still speak through color and stone. Human beings have discovered another remarkable way to outlive time. As the Ice Age slowly loosens its grip, new opportunities appear. Forests spread once more. Rivers become fuller. Wild grains grow across fertile valleys. Small communities begin staying in one place a little longer. The wandering life that shaped humanity for hundreds of thousands of years is gently beginning to change. Soon, people will plant seeds instead of only gathering them. Villages will appear beside rivers. Civilizations will rise. And for the first time, human beings will carefully watch the sun, not only with wonder, but with mathematics, measurement, and the desire to truly understand the brilliant star that has quietly guided every dawn since the beginning of life. Take a slow, deep breath. Feel your body resting peacefully, while your mind drifts gently into another chapter of our long journey. The night slowly fades. A pale ribbon of light appears along the eastern horizon. The stars quietly disappear. One by one, morning birds begin their familiar songs. A cool breeze carries the scent of damp soil beside a wide, peaceful river. Another sunrise has arrived, and for the first time, human beings are waiting for it on purpose. Thousands of years have passed. The great ice ages are gradually coming to an end. The climate becomes warmer. Rivers flow more steadily. Wild grasses spread across fertile valleys. Instead of constantly wandering, some families begin remaining in one place. Temporary camps slowly become permanent homes. Villages quietly emerge beside dependable water. A new chapter of human life begins. Imagine standing beside the banks of an ancient river just before dawn. The water moves almost silently. Mist hovers above its surface. Nearby, small homes made from mud and reeds rest peacefully beneath the fading stars. Everyone knows what will happen next. The sun will rise. It always does. Yet each sunrise still feels like a quiet miracle. As people settle into villages, they begin planting seeds instead of only gathering wild plants. Wheat, barley, rice, millet, corn in distant lands. Agriculture is born. For the first time, the future depends not only on hunting or gathering, but on knowing exactly when to plant and exactly when to harvest. Suddenly, watching the sun becomes more important than ever before. Imagine planting a tiny seed too early. Cold weather returns. The crop struggles. Plant too late, and precious growing days are lost. A single season can determine whether an entire village has enough food for winter. The sky quietly becomes humanity's greatest calendar. People begin paying careful attention to shadows. They notice where the sun rises during different seasons. They watch how high it climbs each summer. They observe how low it appears during winter. Day after day, year after year, patient observation slowly transforms into knowledge. The sun itself has not changed. Its journey across the sky appears different only because Earth continues traveling around it while spinning gently on its tilted axis. Ancient people do not yet understand Earth's motion, but they become wonderfully skilled at recognizing patterns. Sometimes, careful observation comes long before complete explanation. Imagine a wooden stick standing upright in soft earth. At sunrise, its shadow stretches long toward the west. As the morning continues, the shadow slowly shortens. By afternoon, it begins growing longer once again. Someone quietly notices. Another marks the ground with small stones. Weeks later, those shadows reveal a dependable rhythm. Without realizing it, the first sundials are beginning to appear. Across the fertile lands of Mesopotamia, farmers watch the heavens. Along the Nile River, Egyptian communities eagerly await the yearly flooding. The timing of those floods depends partly upon seasonal changes connected to Earth's orbit around the sun. Knowing the seasons means protecting crops, families, and entire civilizations. The sun quietly becomes a trusted partner in survival. Imagine standing beside the Nile 4,000 years ago. Palm trees sway gently in the warm breeze. The river glitters beneath brilliant sunlight. Farmers smile as rich dark water spreads across nearby fields. Soon, fresh crops will grow, children will eat, villages will thrive. Every harvest begins with sunlight. In many places, people build remarkable structures aligned with the rising sun. Large stones are carefully placed. Temples face the eastern horizon. Windows frame the first light of important mornings. Some monuments greet the summer solstice. Others welcome the winter sunrise. These buildings are not simply beautiful. They are conversations between humanity and the sky. Imagine standing inside an ancient stone circle before dawn. The air is cool and perfectly still. Everyone waits in silence. Then, the very first ray of sunlight appears between two carefully placed stones. Golden light slowly enters the center of the circle. No words are spoken, none are needed. The heavens have kept another faithful appointment. Across different continents, people give the sun many names. Some imagine it as a mighty god. Others see it as a generous creator. Some believe it sails across the heavens in a shining boat. Others picture a glowing wool rolling across the sky. Though their stories differ, their gratitude remains wonderfully similar. Every culture understands one simple truth. Without the sun, nothing grows, nothing lives. Far above, the sun continues its quiet work. Every second, more than 600 million tons of hydrogen become helium deep within its core. Only a tiny fraction of that mass transforms directly into energy. Yet even that tiny amount produces enough light to warm every ocean, every forest, every mountain, and every human village on Earth. The star asks for nothing in return. It simply shines. As generations pass, villages become towns. Towns become cities. Writing begins preserving knowledge. Numbers become more sophisticated. People record the changing seasons with increasing precision. Astronomers, though they are not yet called by that name, watch the heavens night after night. They discover that the sky follows beautiful patterns. The universe seems orderly, understandable, patient. Imagine an elderly sky watcher sitting quietly upon a rooftop. A clay tablet rests beside him. He marks another sunrise, another season, another year. His grandchildren ask why he watches so carefully. He smiles gently, because the sky remembers. It is a simple answer, yet within it lies the beginning of science itself. As evening settles over these ancient civilizations, the day's warmth slowly fades. Cooking fires begin glowing across quiet villages. Children laugh softly. Families gather for evening meals harvested from fields nourished by sunlight. Above them, the first stars quietly appear. Tomorrow, the sun will rise again, as dependable as ever. Soon, human curiosity will grow even deeper. People will begin asking not only when the sun moves, but why? And that gentle question will eventually guide us toward philosophers, mathematicians, and astronomers, whose careful observations will forever change humanity's understanding of the brilliant star that has washed over every chapter of our story. Take a slow, easy breath. Feel yourself becoming lighter as your thoughts drift across the quiet centuries. Morning arrives once again. The eastern sky slowly brightens. A soft golden glow spreads across peaceful fields. Farmers begin their day's work. Birds greet the coming light. Temple bells echo gently through the cool morning air. Across many different civilizations, people quietly raise their eyes toward the same familiar Sunday. But now, they are beginning to do something entirely new. They are measuring it. Imagine standing upon the flat roof of an ancient observatory. The air is perfectly still. A tall stone pillar casts a long shadow across carefully marked lines. A quiet observer watches without speaking. When the shadow reaches a certain point, another mark is carved into stone. Tomorrow, the process will begin again. Knowledge often grows this way. One careful observation, repeated patiently for generations. Thousands of years pass across Egypt, Mesopotamia, India, China, Mesoamerica, and many other lands. People become remarkable sky watchers, though separated by oceans and mountains. They all notice the same dependable rhythm. The sun always rises. The seasons always return. The heavens move with astonishing order. Imagine an Egyptian priest standing beside the towering columns of a great temple. As dawn approaches, everyone waits quietly. The first ray of sunlight slips perfectly through a narrow doorway, traveling deep into the temple's inner chamber. This happens only on a special morning each year. The builders planned it generations before. Stone, light, and time, working together in peaceful harmony. Across the ancient world, careful observers begin recording the length of days. They notice that summer brings long hours of sunlight. Winter offers shorter days. Twice each year, day and night seem almost perfectly balanced. These moments become known as the equinoxes. The longest and shortest days become the solstices. Without knowing Earth's exact motion, people have discovered one of its most beautiful rhythms. Imagine standing in an open meadow during the summer solstice. The sun climbs high overhead. The day seems to stretch almost endlessly. Warm breezes carry the scent of wildflowers. Months later, during the winter solstice, the same place feels wonderfully different. The sun travels a lower path. Its light is softer. The shadows grow long. The earth itself is gently revealing the shape of its yearly journey. People begin building calendars. At first, they are wonderfully simple. A carved stick, a row of stones, marks scratched into clay. Later, more sophisticated systems appear. Years become organized. Planting becomes more reliable. Festivals return at familiar times. Civilization itself begins moving to the quiet rhythm of the heavens. Far above, the sun continues shining without awareness of those studying it. Its great sphere of glowing plasma rotates slowly. Unlike Earth, the sun has no solid surface. Different regions rotate at different speeds. Near the equator, one rotation takes roughly 25 Earth days. Closer to the poles, the journey takes several days longer. Though ancient observers cannot yet know this, their patient measurements are the first steps towards such discoveries. Imagine sunlight leaving the sun early this morning. It races across nearly 93 million miles of empty space. It never slows. It never tires. Just over 8 minutes later, those same rays illuminate an ancient stone monument, warming the hands of a patient observer. That observer records another sunrise. The sun continues its endless work. Human understanding grows quietly beside it. In ancient Greece, curiosity blossoms in new ways. Thinkers begin asking not only what happens, but why. Instead of relying only upon stories, they seek patterns, logic, and careful reasoning. Questions become as valuable as answers. Imagine a philosopher sitting beneath the shade of an olive tree. A small group gathers nearby. No expensive instruments surround them, only thoughtful conversation. They discuss the movements of the heavens. They debate the changing seasons. They wonder whether nature follows invisible rules. Though many conclusions remain incomplete, their way of thinking becomes one of humanity's greatest gifts. One remarkable scholar, Eratosthenes, makes an astonishing observation. He learns that at noon on the summer solstice, the sun shines directly into a deep well in one Egyptian city. Yet farther north, a vertical stick casts a shadow at the very same moment. Instead of accepting this as ordinary, he asks a simple question: why? Using only geometry, careful measurements, and remarkable imagination, he estimates the size of the Earth. His answer is astonishingly close to the true value. He never leaves the planet. He never travels into space. Yet by studying sunlight, he measures the world itself. Sometimes, light teaches us far more than warmth alone. Across other civilizations, astronomers also keep careful records. Chinese sky watchers document eclipses and sunspots. Indian mathematicians refine calendars with extraordinary precision. Mayan astronomers build observatories aligned with celestial events. Knowledge grows independently, yet beautifully, across the world. The same sun inspires many different cultures. As centuries drift quietly onward, libraries fill with observations. Teachers pass wisdom to students. Parents teach children how to recognize the changing seasons. The sky slowly transforms from mystery into something that can be understood, one careful measurement at a time. Imagine standing upon a quiet hill at sunset. Below, villages prepare evening meals. Smoke rises gently from cooking fires. Above, the fading sun paints the clouds with gold, orange, and soft crimson. You realize something remarkable. Every person watching this sunset, no matter where they live, shares the same sky, the same star, the same gentle rhythm of day and night. The sun continues shining, steady as ever, but humanity has changed. No longer content simply to admire the heavens, people have begun studying them with patience, reason, and careful observation. Soon, those observations will inspire bold new ideas. One quiet thinker will suggest that perhaps, just perhaps, the Earth is not the center of everything after all. And with that gentle thought, our understanding of the sun and our place beside it will change forever. Take a slow, peaceful breath. Allow your body to become completely relaxed. As we continue our gentle journey beneath the faithful light of the sun, another dawn arrives. Golden light spreads across quiet villages. Temple rooftops glow softly. Morning birds fill the cool air with gentle songs. Across fields and rivers, people welcome another familiar sunrise. To every eye, the same thing seems perfectly obvious. The sun rises in the east. It travels across the sky, then it disappears in the west. Surely, it is the sun that moves. The earth, it seems, must surely remain still. For thousands of years, that simple idea feels completely natural. Imagine standing in an open meadow. Clouds drift slowly overhead. The sun glides across the heavens hour by hour. Nothing beneath your feet suggests movement. The ground feels wonderfully solid, perfectly steady. Why would anyone imagine otherwise? Sometimes, our senses tell a story that feels absolutely true. Yet nature occasionally hides a deeper truth beneath familiar appearances. For many centuries, great thinkers built beautiful models of the universe. In many of them, Earth rested peacefully at the center. The sun, the moon, the planets, and the stars all seemed to circle around it. These ideas explained much of what people could see with their own eyes. They were thoughtful attempts to understand a mysterious sky. Knowledge grows step by step, never all at once. As generations passed, astronomers carefully recorded the movements of the wandering planets. Most behaved as expected, yet sometimes, Mars puzzled everyone. Against the background of distant stars, it occasionally seemed to slow down, pause, and briefly move backward before continuing forward again. This strange motion became known as retrograde motion. The heavens appeared more complicated than anyone expected. Imagine watching a tiny boat crossing a calm lake. Another boat, moving at a different speed, passes nearby. For a few moments, it seems as though one boat begins drifting backward, yet neither boat has truly reversed direction. The illusion comes from the movement of the observer. Nature often creates beautiful illusions. Understanding them requires patience. Centuries later, a quiet scholar in Poland began thinking differently. His name was Nicholas Copernicus. He spent many years studying mathematics, astronomy, and the careful observations collected by those before him. Rather than asking how to make Earth the center of everything, he asked a wonderfully simple question. What if the sun is at the center instead? It was not a loud idea, not a dramatic announcement, just a quiet possibility, written carefully onto paper. Suppose Earth is another planet. Suppose it travels around the sun, just as the others do. Suppose the daily motion of the heavens comes not from the sky spinning around us, but from Earth quietly turning upon its own axis. A single new perspective changed everything. Imagine sitting on a gently turning carousel. The world around you seems to move. Trees slide past. Buildings appear to circle. Yet you know the landscape itself remains still. The movement belongs to you. In much the same way, Earth's daily rotation creates the beautiful illusion of sunrise and sunset. The sun appears to travel across the sky, while our world quietly turns beneath it. Earth completes one full rotation in about 24 hours. At the same time, it continues its much longer journey around the sun. One complete orbit takes roughly 365 and 1/4 days. This graceful dance creates the changing seasons, the shifting length of daylight, and the familiar rhythm of every year. The sun has not begun moving differently. Humanity has simply begun seeing more clearly. Imagine looking down upon the solar system from far above. The sun glows quietly at the center. Mercury circles swiftly nearby. Venus follows. Earth moves gracefully along its blue path. Mars continues farther out. Each planet follows its own peaceful orbit, held gently by gravity's invisible embrace. There is no rushing, no confusion, only quiet motion, beautifully balanced. Copernicus did not have powerful telescopes. He relied mostly upon careful mathematics, patient observation, and remarkable imagination. His ideas did not answer every question immediately. Some details still required refinement. Yet his simple model explained many celestial motions far more naturally than older systems. Sometimes, progress begins not with better tools, but with a better question. Far above, the sun continues its steady work. It neither celebrates nor notices humanity's new understanding. Deep within its core, fusion quietly continues. Every second, energy flows outward, beginning another long journey toward the surface. 8 minutes after leaving the sun, that same light gently reaches Earth, where curious minds continue learning. The star itself has never demanded recognition. It simply shines. Not everyone accepted these new ideas. Old beliefs had been trusted for centuries. Changing one's understanding of the universe is never easy. People often need time, questions, evidence, and patience. Science rarely moves by sudden leaps. It grows, much like a forest, one careful observation after another, one generation building gently upon the work of the last. Imagine a teacher unrolling a carefully drawn map beneath soft candlelight. Young students gather quietly nearby. Tiny circles represent the planets. A bright golden circle rests at the center. The children look with wide eyes. Could Earth truly be traveling through space? The idea feels almost unbelievable, yet wonderfully beautiful. As evening arrives, the sun slowly disappears beyond the western horizon, or so it seems. Now we understand something remarkable. The sun has not dipped below the Earth. Instead, our part of the planet has gently turned away from its light. Night is not the absence of the sun. It is simply our world facing another direction. This quiet realization transforms humanity forever. We are no longer standing still at the center of creation. We are travelers, passengers aboard a beautiful blue world, circling a faithful star through the silent depths of space. Soon, new instruments will allow human eyes to see farther than ever before. A humble telescope, pointed toward the heavens, will reveal wonders that no one has ever imagined, and the true nature of the sun will become clearer than ever before. Take a slow, comfortable breath. Let your thoughts become quiet, as though floating gently across a calm evening sky. The night slowly gives way to dawn. Soft pink light colors the horizon. Birdsong begins in distant trees. A gentle breeze stirs the morning air. Across Europe, church bells welcome another peaceful day. For thousands of years, people have watched the heavens with nothing more than their own eyes. Now, everything is about to change, not because the sun changes, but because humanity learns to see it more clearly. Imagine walking through a quiet workshop. Wood shavings cover the floor. Brass tools rest upon a sturdy table. Sheets of polished glass catch the morning light. An artisan carefully shapes two simple lenses. At first glance, they seem ordinary, yet together, they will transform our understanding of the universe. Around the beginning of the 17th century, the first telescopes appear. Early versions are quite small. Their images are sometimes blurry. Their magnification is modest. Still, they allow people to see farther than ever before. Objects that once appeared as tiny points suddenly reveal surprising detail. The heavens begin opening like a beautiful book. Imagine lifting one of these early telescopes toward a distant church tower. The windows become clearer. The carved stone figures seem closer. Excitement quietly grows. If distant buildings appear so different, what wonders might the sky reveal? Among those fascinated by this new invention is an Italian scholar named Galileo Galilei. He does not invent the telescope. Instead, he greatly improves it. Then, on clear evenings, he points it toward the heavens. What he sees changes astronomy forever. The moon, once believed to be perfectly smooth, reveals mountains, valleys, and enormous craters. Jupiter is accompanied by 4 tiny moons, circling the giant planet just as our moon circles Earth. Venus displays changing phases. Much like the moon, each discovery gently weakens the old picture of the universe. The heavens are more dynamic and more beautiful than anyone imagined. Then, attention turns toward the sun itself. Looking directly at the sun is dangerous. Even today, it should never be done without proper protection. Galileo and other observers often projected the sun's image onto a screen instead of staring directly through the telescope. There, upon the bright circle, they noticed something unexpected: dark markings. Imagine projecting sunlight through a small telescope onto a sheet of white paper. A glowing golden disk appears. At first, it seems perfectly smooth. Then, tiny dark patches become visible. Small, irregular, almost like freckles upon a bright face. Day after day, those spots slowly move across the solar disk. These are sunspots. They are not holes. They are regions where intense magnetic fields reduce the flow of heat from below. As a result, they are cooler than the surrounding surface. Even so, they remain astonishingly hot, thousands of degrees. If a single sunspot could somehow be placed alone against the night sky, it would shine brilliantly. It only appears dark because the rest of the sun is even brighter. Imagine holding a glowing piece of red-hot iron beside an even brighter furnace. The iron would seem dark by comparison, not because it is cold, but because your eyes are overwhelmed by the greater light nearby. The sun plays the same gentle trick upon us. Perspective changes everything. The movement of sunspots reveals another remarkable truth. The sun rotates. It is not a fixed lantern hanging in the sky. It slowly spins. Watching individual sunspots drift across its surface allows astronomers to measure that rotation. Near the sun's equator, one turn takes about 25 Earth days. Higher latitudes rotate more slowly. The sun behaves differently from any solid world. It is a vast sphere of glowing plasma. Not rock, not metal, not earth. Imagine stirring a large bowl of warm honey. The center moves differently than the edges. Everything flows together, yet not at exactly the same speed. The sun behaves somewhat like this. Its hot gases flowing gracefully under the influence of gravity, rotation, and powerful magnetic fields. It is alive with motion, yet from Earth, it still appears wonderfully calm. Far below, people continue their daily lives. Farmers harvest fields. Ships cross quiet seas. Children play beneath warm afternoon sunlight. Very few realize that invisible magnetic storms are constantly unfolding upon the surface of the star above them. The sun remains peaceful from a distance, while quietly alive within. Galileo's discoveries inspire countless others. Johannes Kepler carefully describes the mathematical laws of planetary motion. Isaac Newton later explains the invisible force of gravity that guides every orbit. Piece by piece, the solar system begins making beautiful sense. The planets are not wandering aimlessly. They are dancing. The sun leads. Gravity provides the music, and every world follows its own graceful path. Imagine standing in a peaceful garden at sunset. The warm light touches flowers, stone walls, and quiet trees. You realize that this same sunlight has crossed millions of miles, escaped the powerful gravity of the sun, and arrived here without making a sound. It illuminates your face, just as it illuminated ancient temples, prehistoric forests, and the first oceans billions of years ago. The light has always been the same, only our understanding has grown. As evening deepens, the telescope is gently covered. The observations are carefully written into notebooks. Questions multiply faster than answers. What powers the sun? Why does it shine so steadily? What causes the mysterious sunspots? Humanity has learned that the sun is far more than a bright circle in the sky. It is a dynamic, changing, living star. And soon, scientists will begin uncovering the invisible force hidden within those dark sunspots. A force that stretches far beyond the sun itself, shaping the entire solar system with silent rivers of magnetism and light. Take one slow, peaceful breath. Let every thought drift a little farther away. Like soft clouds crossing a quiet morning sky, the sun rises once more. Golden light washes over forests, oceans, mountains, and cities. To every eye, it appears calm, steady, unchanging. Its bright face seems as peaceful today as it did yesterday. Yet beneath that quiet appearance, an invisible dance is constantly unfolding. A rhythm, a heartbeat, not one you can hear, but one that reaches across the entire solar system. Imagine standing beside a calm lake just before sunrise. The surface appears perfectly smooth, almost motionless. Yet beneath the water, gentle currents flow in every direction. Fish glide silently. Tiny plants sway with invisible movement. Stillness on the surface does not always mean stillness within. The sun is much the same. Although it appears as a glowing golden circle, the sun is not a solid object. It is an immense sphere of incredibly hot plasma. Plasma is sometimes called the fourth state of matter. When temperatures become extraordinarily high, atoms can no longer keep all of their electrons. Instead, electrons and atomic nuclei move freely together. The sun is made almost entirely of this remarkable substance. Imagine heating ice. It melts into water. Heat the water further, and it becomes steam. Raise the temperature far beyond anything found on Earth. And even the atoms themselves begin coming apart. Matter enters a completely different state. That is the glowing material from which the sun is built. Not liquid, not gas, but something even more energetic. Because plasma carries electric charge, it behaves in extraordinary ways. Whenever charged particles move, they create magnetic fields. And inside the sun, countless billions upon billions of charged particles are always moving. Great rivers of glowing plasma slowly rise toward the surface. Cooler plasma gently sinks again. These enormous circulating currents never stop. They resemble giant pots of gently simmering soup, though on a scale almost impossible to imagine. Imagine watching oatmeal quietly bubbling in a warm pot. Small bubbles rise, others sink. Everything moves slowly, steadily, without rushing. Now imagine those gentle motions occurring across a sphere nearly 865,000 miles, or about 1.39 million kilometers wide. The patterns become unimaginably vast. These flowing currents slowly twist, stretch, entangle the sun's magnetic field. Unlike a simple bar magnet, the sun's magnetic field is wonderfully complicated. It bends, loops, tightens, relaxes. Invisible lines of magnetic force weave through the glowing plasma like threads through soft fabric. Though we cannot see them directly, their influence shapes much of the sun's behavior. Imagine gently twisting a long ribbon. At first, it remains smooth. Keep twisting, and graceful loops begin appearing. Twist farther, and the ribbon curls into beautiful patterns. The sun's magnetic field behaves in a surprisingly similar way, except its ribbons are made not of cloth, but of invisible forces stretching millions of miles into space. Sometimes, these magnetic loops become especially powerful. They push through the visible surface of the sun, where they emerge. Sunspots appear. You already know these dark patches are slightly cooler than their surroundings. Now we understand why. Powerful magnetic fields prevent some heat from rising normally. The surrounding surface continues glowing brilliantly, while the sunspot remains just a little dimmer. Imagine placing your hand near a warm fireplace. If a glass screen blocks part of the heat, that small area feels cooler than everything around it. The fire itself still burns brightly. Only the flow of warmth has changed. Sunspots are gentle reminders that invisible forces often shape visible beauty. These magnetic fields do not remain quiet forever. As they twist more tightly, they store enormous amounts of energy. Eventually, some of that energy is suddenly released. Great arcs of glowing plasma leap high above the sun's surface. These magnificent structures are called solar prominences. Some stretch hundreds of thousands of miles into space, arching gracefully before slowly falling back toward the sun. Imagine watching a fountain in a peaceful garden. Water rises in a beautiful curve, sparkling in the sunlight, before gently returning to the pool below. Now imagine a fountain made not of water, but of glowing plasma, guided entirely by invisible magnetic fields. That is one of the sun's most beautiful spectacles. Occasionally, the stored magnetic energy is released much more suddenly. A brilliant flash appears. Astronomers call this a solar flare. Within only a few minutes, an astonishing amount of energy is released. Yet even these dramatic events are simply part of the sun's natural rhythm. Our faithful star is not becoming angry. It is simply following the laws of physics that have guided it for billions of years. Sometimes, a great cloud of charged particles is also launched into space. This is known as a coronal mass ejection. Most drift harmlessly through the vast emptiness of the solar system. A few happen to travel toward Earth. When they arrive several days later, they gently interact with our planet's magnetic field. Imagine Earth's magnetic field as a quiet, invisible shield surrounding the planet. You cannot see it. You cannot touch it. Yet it quietly protects us every moment of every day. When streams of charged particles from the sun arrive, most are gracefully guided around the planet, like water flowing around a smooth stone in a peaceful stream. A small number of those particles are guided toward the polar regions. There, high above the Arctic and Antarctic, they meet Earth's upper atmosphere. Tiny collisions occur with oxygen and nitrogen atoms. Those atoms release beautiful colored light. Soft green, gentle crimson, delicate violet. The night sky begins to shimmer. These glowing curtains are the auroras, the northern lights, and the southern lights. Imagine standing beneath a silent winter sky. Snow blankets the ground. The air is crisp and wonderfully still. Then, slow waves of emerald light begin flowing overhead. They ripple across the stars like silk drifting beneath a gentle breeze. The entire sky seems alive. It is one of Earth's most peaceful conversations with the sun, a conversation carried not by words, but by light itself. Far away, the sun continues shining as it always has. Its invisible heartbeat sends energy, light, and magnetic whispers across the solar system. Most pass unnoticed. Some paint our skies with breathtaking beauty. Together, they remind us that even a star appearing perfectly calm from 93 million miles away is wonderfully alive within. And soon, humanity will discover something even more astonishing. The greatest mystery is not the sun's magnetic heart, but the question that puzzled scientists for generations. What keeps the sun shining for billions upon billions of years, without ever running out of fuel? Take one slow, peaceful breath. Let every thought drift a little farther away. Like soft clouds crossing a quiet morning sky, the sun rises once more. Golden light washes over forests, oceans, mountains, and cities. To every eye, it appears calm, steady, unchanging. Its bright face seems as peaceful today as it did yesterday. Yet beneath that quiet appearance, an invisible dance is constantly unfolding. A rhythm, a heartbeat, not one you can hear, but one that reaches across the entire solar system. Imagine standing beside a calm lake just before sunrise. The surface appears perfectly smooth, almost motionless. Yet beneath the water, gentle currents flow in every direction. Fish glide silently. Tiny plants sway with invisible movement. Stillness on the surface does not always mean stillness within. The sun is much the same. Although it appears as a glowing golden circle, the sun is not a solid object. It is an immense sphere of incredibly hot plasma. Plasma is sometimes called the fourth state of matter. When temperatures become extraordinarily high, atoms can no longer keep all of their electrons. Instead, electrons and atomic nuclei move freely together. The sun is made almost entirely of this remarkable substance. Imagine heating ice. It melts into water. Heat the water further, and it becomes steam. Raise the temperature far beyond anything found on Earth. And even the atoms themselves begin coming apart. Matter enters a completely different state. That is the glowing material from which the sun is built. Not liquid, not gas, but something even more energetic. Because plasma carries electric charge, it behaves in extraordinary ways. Whenever charged particles move, they create magnetic fields. And inside the sun, countless billions upon billions of charged particles are always moving. Great rivers of glowing plasma slowly rise toward the surface. Cooler plasma gently sinks again. These enormous circulating currents never stop. They resemble giant pots of gently simmering soup, though on a scale almost impossible to imagine. Imagine watching oatmeal quietly bubbling in a warm pot. Small bubbles rise, others sink. Everything moves slowly, steadily, without rushing. Now imagine those gentle motions occurring across a sphere nearly 865,000 miles, or about 1.39 million kilometers wide. The patterns become unimaginably vast. These flowing currents slowly twist, stretch, and tangle the sun's magnetic field. Unlike a simple bar magnet, the sun's magnetic field is wonderfully complicated. It bends, loops, tightens, relaxes. Invisible lines of magnetic force weave through the glowing plasma like threads through soft fabric. Though we cannot see them directly, their influence shapes much of the sun's behavior. Imagine gently twisting a long ribbon. At first, it remains smooth. Keep twisting, and graceful loops begin appearing. Twist farther, and the ribbon curls into beautiful patterns. The sun's magnetic field behaves in a surprisingly similar way, except its ribbons are made not of cloth, but of invisible forces stretching millions of miles into space. Sometimes, these magnetic loops become especially powerful. They push through the visible surface of the sun, where they emerge. Sunspots appear. You already know these dark patches are slightly cooler than their surroundings. Now we understand why. Powerful magnetic fields prevent some heat from rising normally. The surrounding surface continues glowing brilliantly, while the sunspot remains just a little dimmer. Imagine placing your hand near a warm fireplace. If a glass screen blocks part of the heat, that small area feels cooler than everything around it. The fire itself still burns brightly. Only the flow of warmth has changed. Sunspots are gentle reminders that invisible forces often shape visible beauty. These magnetic fields do not remain quiet forever. As they twist more tightly, they store enormous amounts of energy. Eventually, some of that energy is suddenly released. Great arcs of glowing plasma leap high above the sun's surface. These magnificent structures are called solar prominences. Some stretch hundreds of thousands of miles into space, arching gracefully before slowly falling back toward the sun. Imagine watching a fountain in a peaceful garden. Water rises in a beautiful curve, sparkling in the sunlight, before gently returning to the pool below. Now imagine a fountain made not of water, but of glowing plasma, guided entirely by invisible magnetic fields. That is one of the sun's most beautiful spectacles. Occasionally, the stored magnetic energy is released much more suddenly. A brilliant flash appears. Astronomers call this a solar flare. Within only a few minutes, an astonishing amount of energy is released. Yet even these dramatic events are simply part of the sun's natural rhythm. Our faithful star is not becoming angry. It is simply following the laws of physics that have guided it for billions of years. Sometimes, a great cloud of charged particles is also launched into space. This is known as a coronal mass ejection. Most drift harmlessly through the vast emptiness of the solar system. A few happen to travel toward Earth. When they arrive several days later, they gently interact with our planet's magnetic field. Imagine Earth's magnetic field as a quiet, invisible shield surrounding the planet. You cannot see it. You cannot touch it. Yet it quietly protects us every moment of every day. When streams of charged particles from the sun arrive, most are gracefully guided around the planet, like water flowing around a smooth stone in a peaceful stream. A small number of those particles are guided toward the polar regions. There, high above the Arctic and Antarctic, they meet Earth's upper atmosphere. Tiny collisions occur with oxygen and nitrogen atoms. Those atoms release beautiful colored light: soft green, gentle crimson, delicate violet. The night sky begins to shimmer. These glowing curtains are the auroras, the northern lights, and the southern lights. Imagine standing beneath a silent winter sky. Snow blankets the ground. The air is crisp and wonderfully still. Then, slow waves of emerald light begin flowing overhead. They ripple across the stars like silk drifting beneath a gentle breeze. The entire sky seems alive. It is one of Earth's most peaceful conversations with the sun, a conversation carried not by words, but by light itself. Far away, the sun continues shining as it always has. Its invisible heartbeat sends energy, light, and magnetic whispers across the solar system. Most pass unnoticed. Some paint our skies with breathtaking beauty. Together, they remind us that even a star appearing perfectly calm from 93 million miles away is wonderfully alive within. And soon, humanity will discover something even more astonishing. The greatest mystery is not the sun's magnetic heart, but the question that puzzled scientists for generations. What keeps the sun shining for billions upon billions of years, without ever running out of fuel? Take one slow, comfortable breath. Allow your body to settle more deeply as we drift toward one of the greatest mysteries humanity has ever solved. The sun rises quietly once again. Its familiar light spills across sleeping oceans, rolling hills, and peaceful forests. Nothing about it seems unusual. Nothing suggests the unimaginable power hidden within. Every morning, it simply shines, faithfully, patiently, for billions of years, and for countless generations. People wondered the same gentle question: how? Imagine sitting beside a small campfire on a cool evening. The flames dance softly. They warm your hands. Slowly, the wood becomes glowing embers. Hours later, the fire begins fading. Every ordinary fire eventually runs out of fuel. Every candle grows shorter. Every lamp needs more oil. Surely, the sun must do the same. Yet day after day, year after year, century after century, its light never seems to weaken. The mystery remained unsolved for thousands of years. During the 19th century, scientists proposed several ideas. Perhaps the sun was slowly burning like an enormous furnace. Perhaps it glowed because it was gradually shrinking under its own gravity. Both explanations could produce energy, but only for a relatively short time. Millions of years. Perhaps, not billions. Yet geologists were discovering that Earth itself was unimaginably ancient. Life had required billions of years to evolve. The sun had clearly been shining far longer than any ordinary fire possibly could. A deeper answer waited patiently. Imagine trying to power an entire city using only a single candle. No matter how carefully you protected the flame, it would never be enough. The sun needed an energy source unlike anything people had ever witnessed on Earth. Something hidden deep inside matter itself. Early in the 20th century, our understanding of atoms began changing. Scientists discovered that atoms were not solid little spheres. Inside each one, even greater mysteries waited. At the center of every hydrogen atom rested a tiny nucleus, almost unimaginably small. yet carrying tremendous potential. Nature had been quietly guarding one of its greatest secrets. Imagine holding two tiny drops of water. Separately, they seem almost insignificant. Bring them together, and they become one larger drop. Now imagine something similar happening inside the heart of the sun, not with water, but with atomic nuclei. The result would be far more extraordinary than anyone first imagined. Deep inside the sun's core, the pressure is almost beyond comprehension. Above every tiny region, hundreds of thousands of miles of hot plasma press downward. Gravity squeezes the core with relentless patience. Temperatures climb to nearly 27 million degrees Fahrenheit, or about 15 million degrees Celsius. In those astonishing conditions, something remarkable becomes possible. Hydrogen nuclei move incredibly fast. Normally, their positive electrical charges cause them to repel one another, like identical ends of two magnets. They prefer staying apart. Yet inside the sun, the tremendous pressure forces them unimaginably close together. Then, another force of nature takes over, the strong nuclear force, one of the fundamental forces of the universe. It acts only across incredibly tiny distances, but when nuclei come close enough, it is stronger than the electrical repulsion pushing them apart. They join, they fuse. This process is called nuclear fusion. It is the quiet engine inside every ordinary star. For hydrogen, nuclei gradually combine through a series of reactions, ultimately forming one helium nucleus. Along the way, a tiny amount of mass disappears. It has not truly vanished. Instead, it has become pure energy. Imagine placing 4 tiny coins into your hand. After a magical transformation, only a little less material remains. The missing fraction has become brilliant light, warmth, and motion. The amount of matter lost is incredibly small. Yet, because of the relationship described by Albert Einstein's famous equation, E equals mc squared, even a tiny amount of mass contains an astonishing amount of energy. The speed of light squared is an unimaginably large number. Nature quietly transforms a little matter into extraordinary light. Every single second, the sun converts roughly 600 million tons of hydrogen into helium. About 596 million tons become helium. The remaining 4 million tons of mass become energy. That energy radiates outward, lighting the solar system, warming Earth, powering every forest, every ocean, every living creature. It is a number almost impossible to picture. Yet the sun performs this quiet miracle every second, without pause. Imagine standing in a vast wheat field at sunrise. Every golden stalk owes its existence to sunlight. Every bird singing nearby, every flower opening, every tree reaching toward the sky is living upon energy that began deep inside the sun's core millions of years earlier. Even your own heartbeat, every breath, every thought is powered by food whose energy originally came from sunlight. In a very real sense, we are all quietly living on ancient starlight. The energy created in the core does not rush immediately into space. Its journey is astonishingly slow. Freshly created photons, tiny packets of light, begin traveling outward, but inside the dense interior of the sun, they constantly collide with countless particles. One step forward, Another collision, a new direction, again and again. What would take only a few seconds through empty space becomes an unimaginably long wandering journey. Imagine trying to cross a crowded room where every person gently bumps into you. Each step sends you somewhere unexpected. Progress becomes wonderfully slow. A photon experiences something similar. Scientists estimate that escaping from the sun's interior may take tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of years, before reaching the visible surface. Only then does the final 8-minute journey to Earth begin, as evening quietly settles across our world. The setting sun seems peaceful as always, yet now you know the extraordinary truth. Every ray touching your face, every warm stone, every shimmering ocean wave began with hydrogen nuclei quietly joining together in the hidden heart of a star, a fire unlike any other, not fueled by wood, not by coal, not by flame, but by the gentle union of atoms themselves. And still, one beautiful mystery remains. How can such an enormous star remain so perfectly balanced, without collapsing beneath its own unimaginable weight, or exploding into space? That quiet balance, between gravity pulling inward and fusion pushing outward. Take a slow, gentle breath. Feel your body becoming wonderfully heavy, while your thoughts float lightly through the quiet reaches of space. Far above, the sun shines as it always has, golden, steady, patient. From Earth, it appears perfectly peaceful, yet deep inside, two unimaginably powerful forces are quietly meeting every moment. Neither wins, neither loses. For billions of years, they have remained in perfect balance. And because they do, our world continues to exist. Imagine holding a soft balloon in your hands. The air inside gently pushes outward. Your hands press inward. If both forces match one another, the balloon keeps its beautiful shape. Push too hard, and it collapses. Fill it with too much air, and it bursts. The sun lives by a remarkably similar principle. Gravity is always at work. Every tiny particle inside the sun attracts every other particle. Together, they create an enormous inward pull. Gravity never rests. It constantly tries to squeeze the sun tighter and tighter. If gravity acted alone, our star would slowly collapse into a much smaller object. Its brilliant light would disappear. Imagine piling blanket upon blanket onto a soft pillow. Each new layer adds a little more weight. Eventually, the pillow compresses beneath the pressure. The sun experiences something similar, except instead of blankets, its own immense mass provides the weight. Nearly 2 octillion tons of material, all gently pulling toward the center. But deep within the core, another force quietly answers gravity's pull: nuclear fusion. As hydrogen nuclei join together, they release enormous amounts of energy. That energy heats the surrounding plasma. Hot plasma naturally expands. It pushes outward in every direction. The outward pressure from this heat balances gravity's inward pull. The result is a beautiful state called hydrostatic equilibrium. It sounds like a complicated phrase, yet the idea is wonderfully simple. Gravity says, "Come closer." Fusion replies, "I will gently push outward." Neither force overpowers the other. Together, they create stability. A quiet agreement that has lasted for nearly 4.5 billion years. Imagine two friends sitting on opposite ends of a perfectly balanced seesaw. Neither rises, neither falls. The beam rests quietly in the middle. The balance feels effortless, yet it exists only because both sides quietly support one another. The sun rests in a similar harmony. Every second, gravity compresses the core just enough to keep fusion going. And every second, fusion produces exactly enough pressure to prevent further collapse. It is an elegant conversation between two fundamental forces of nature, one pulling inward, one pressing outward, neither speaking with words, only through physics. This balance is not frozen. The sun is constantly adjusting itself. If fusion were to slow even slightly, gravity would squeeze the core a little more tightly. The increased pressure would raise the temperature. Fusion would speed up again. If fusion somehow became slightly stronger, the core would expand a little. Pressure would decrease. Fusion would gently slow. The sun quietly regulates itself, almost like breathing. Imagine taking a calm breath. Your chest expands, then gently relaxes again. The rhythm continues naturally, without effort. The sun performs its own slow adjustments, not over seconds, but over vast stretches of time. Its heartbeat is measured in ages. Far above the visible surface, the sunlight remains unchanged. Birds continue singing beneath morning skies. Ocean waves sparkle. Trees quietly grow. Very little on Earth hints at the extraordinary balancing act happening 93 million miles away. Yet every peaceful sunrise depends upon it. The light reaching your face this morning began its journey deep inside that balanced core. Long before human civilization, before dinosaurs, perhaps even before flowering plants. That energy slowly wandered through the dense interior of the sun. Only recently, after an unimaginably long journey, did it escape into space. 8 minutes later, it arrived here, touching your skin with ancient warmth. Imagine a single photon finally reaching the sun's surface after wandering for thousands, perhaps hundreds of thousands, of years. It bursts free into the darkness of space. Now nothing blocks its path. Across empty space it races, covering 93 million miles in just over 8 minutes. The final part of its journey is astonishingly quick. The longest part happened before it ever left the sun. The balance inside the sun also determines its future. As long as enough hydrogen remains in the core, fusion continues. Gravity and pressure remain partners. The sun keeps shining, quietly, reliably, patiently. It is now about halfway through this long and stable chapter of its life. It has enough hydrogen remaining to continue shining for roughly another 5 billion years. For us, that is almost impossible to imagine. Longer than mountains have existed, longer than complex life has flourished, longer than humanity could easily comprehend. Imagine planting a tiny oak tree. You know it may outlive you. Now imagine a tree that lives not for centuries, but for billions of years, that is closer to the quiet lifespan of an ordinary star. The sun teaches us that nature often measures time very differently than we do. Astronomers have discovered countless other stars throughout our galaxy. Some are much larger than the sun, others much smaller. Yet many live by the very same rule. Gravity pulls inward. Fusion pushes outward. Again and again. Across the Milky Way, billions of stars maintain this peaceful balance. The laws that govern our own sun govern much of the universe itself. As evening settles gently over Earth, the last golden light fades beyond the horizon. You now understand that every sunset represents another successful day in the sun's long balancing act. Another day during which gravity and fusion work together with perfect harmony. Another day of warmth. Another day of life. But balance, no matter how beautiful, cannot last forever. Very slowly, the sun's supply of hydrogen is changing, almost too slowly to notice. Yet over billions of years, those tiny changes will reshape our faithful star completely. And so, our peaceful journey now carries us toward the beginning of the sun's distant future, when the first quiet signs of old age will finally begin to appear. Take one slow, peaceful breath. Allow your thoughts to drift gently, like leaves floating upon a quiet stream. Above you, the sun greets another morning. Its warm light reaches forests, oceans, deserts, and snow-covered mountains. Everything feels wonderfully familiar. The same sunrise, the same comforting warmth, the same faithful star. Yet, like every living thing in the universe, the sun is quietly growing older. Not quickly, not dramatically, but one tiny moment at a time. Imagine watching an ancient oak tree through the seasons. Day by day, it appears unchanged. Even after many years, its growth is difficult to notice. Only after generations pass does its great size reveal the slow passage of time. Stars age in much the same way. Their lives unfold so gradually that entire civilizations pass before even the smallest changes become visible. Today, the sun is about 4.5 billion years old. It has already lived through nearly half of its stable lifetime. Deep within its core, hydrogen continues quietly becoming helium. Every second, the amount of hydrogen decreases ever so slightly. Every second, the amount of helium grows. The change is incredibly small. Yet over billions of years, those tiny moments accumulate into something remarkable. Imagine filling a clear glass with tiny grains of golden sand. One grain falls every second. At first, the change is impossible to notice. Hours later, the glass still looks almost the same. But after enough time, it slowly fills. The sun's core is changing just as patiently. One atomic reaction after another. Never hurried, never stopping. Helium behaves differently than hydrogen. Unlike hydrogen, it no longer provides fuel for the fusion taking place inside the sun today. Instead, helium slowly gathers in the central core. Little by little, that core becomes denser, heavier, more tightly compressed. Gravity quietly continues its work. As the helium core slowly grows, gravity squeezes it a little more firmly. That compression causes the surrounding hydrogen-burning layer to become hotter. And something rather surprising happens. Fusion becomes slightly more efficient. Instead of growing dimmer with age, the sun actually becomes a little brighter. Imagine adjusting the flame beneath a kettle. Turn the heat up just a little, and the water warms more quickly. Inside the sun, gravity gently turns up the heat around the growing helium core. Fusion responds by becoming slightly more energetic. The balance remains, but it shifts almost imperceptibly. When the sun first settled into its long, stable life billions of years ago, it shone with only about 70% of its present brightness. Earth received noticeably less sunlight than it does today. Yet our young planet still remained warm enough for oceans and the earliest forms of life. Many scientists believe greenhouse gases in Earth's early atmosphere helped trap enough warmth to compensate for the younger sun's gentler light. Together, the sun and Earth quietly found a balance that allowed life to begin. Imagine standing on the shoreline of the young Earth. The oceans stretch endlessly toward the horizon. The sky looks different from today's. The continents are unfamiliar. No birds fill the air. No forests cover the land. Yet above, the same young sun rises peacefully, slightly dimmer than it is now, but already preparing the energy that would eventually nourish every future living creature. Over immense stretches of time, the sun's brightness has gradually increased. Not enough for ancient civilizations to notice. Not enough for humanity to measure without precise instruments across many generations, but enough to influence Earth's climate over geological time. Nature quietly keeps careful records, written in rocks, ice, and ancient sediments. Imagine opening an enormous history book. Instead of paper pages, each page is made of stone. Each layer records another chapter of Earth's past. Tiny fossils, minerals, ancient bubbles trapped inside ice. Together, they preserve whispers of climates that vanished millions of years ago. The sun's slow changes are written there, patiently waiting to be read. Fortunately, these changes happen extraordinarily slowly. Human civilizations, even all of recorded history, occupy only a tiny moment compared with the sun's lifespan. For every child born today, for every generation yet to come over many thousands of years, the sun will remain comfortably stable. Its gentle warmth will continue greeting each new morning. There is no reason for worry, only quiet appreciation. Imagine placing a single drop of water into a vast lake. That tiny drop represents the entire span of recorded human history. The lake represents the sun's lifetime. From the sun's perspective, our civilizations appear almost like brief morning mist. Beautiful, meaningful, yet wonderfully small compared with cosmic time. Astronomers have discovered stars at many different ages. Some are newborn, still wrapped inside glowing clouds of gas. Others resemble our own Sunday. Some have already entered the later chapters of their lives, expanding into enormous red giants. By observing countless stars throughout the galaxy, scientists have learned to recognize the quiet stages of stellar aging. The universe becomes a classroom. Each star teaches part of the lesson. Imagine walking through an ancient forest. Young saplings grow beside mature trees. Towering elders spread wide branches overhead. Some have fallen, returning their nutrients to the soil. By seeing every stage together, you understand the life cycle of the forest. Astronomers study stars in much the same way. Different stars reveal different chapters of one grand story. Far above, our own sun continues glowing peacefully. Its steady heartbeat remains strong. Its balance between gravity and fusion remains secure. Its light still nurtures every green leaf, every drifting cloud, every ocean current, and every living breath on Earth. Yet the quiet changes within its heart continue, too slowly for us to notice, but never truly stopping. One distant day, billions of years from now, the remaining hydrogen in the sun's core will finally become scarce. When that quiet moment arrives, the balance that has lasted for ages will gently begin to change. And with it, the sun will begin its most magnificent transformation of all. Take one slow, easy breath. Allow every muscle to soften as your thoughts drift gently into a future so distant that it almost feels like a dream. The sun rises peacefully once again. Its warm light glows across blue oceans. Gentle waves sparkle beneath the morning sky. Birds sing. Leaves rustle softly in the breeze. Everything feels wonderfully familiar. Yet, billions upon billions of years from now, this familiar star will begin its greatest transformation. Not suddenly, not violently, but slowly, with the same quiet patience that has guided its entire life. Imagine watching a flower bloom in slow motion. Hour by hour, almost nothing seems to change. Yet eventually, the blossom opens into something entirely new. Stars experience transformations like this, except their seasons last not days, but billions of years. Deep within the sun, the hydrogen fuel in the central core gradually becomes exhausted. Fusion there finally slows, and then quietly stops. For the first time in billions of years, the very center of the sun no longer produces enough energy to support itself. Gravity gently begins gaining the upper hand. The helium core starts shrinking. It grows hotter, denser, more tightly compressed than ever before. Imagine the glowing embers of a campfire after the flames have faded. The fire above may seem quieter, yet deep inside, the hottest coals remain hidden beneath the ash. The sun's shrinking helium core is something like those glowing embers. Its greatest heat is now gathering deep within. As gravity compresses the helium core, the surrounding shell of hydrogen becomes hotter. There, outside the core itself, hydrogen fusion begins burning even more intensely than before. Surprisingly, the sun's outer layers respond by expanding, slowly at first, almost imperceptibly, then more dramatically over millions of years. The star begins growing larger, much larger. Imagine gently warming a loaf of bread inside an oven. As the inside heats, the loaf slowly rises. Its surface stretches outward. The sun experiences something similar, not because it is filled with air, but because tremendous heat pushes its outer layers farther into space. Its diameter increases enormously. The sun, once comfortably sized, swells until it becomes a true giant. Eventually, its outer atmosphere may extend beyond the present orbit of Mercury, then beyond Venus. Its surface spreads across a volume hundreds of times larger than today. Though the expanded surface becomes cooler, it glows with a deep orange-red color. This is why astronomers call this stage the red giant. Imagine standing far away from a glowing fireplace. The hottest flames appear almost white. Move farther toward the cooler embers, and they glow orange, then deep crimson. The sun follows the same gentle rule. Its expanded surface cools from today's brilliant yellow-white to a warm reddish glow, not because it is dying suddenly, but because its energy is now spread across a vastly larger surface. From a distant world, The transformed sun would appear breathtaking. Its enormous disk would dominate the sky. Its soft crimson light would paint nearby planets in copper and gold. The familiar yellow star that watched over Earth's history would become almost unrecognizable. Yet beneath that peaceful appearance, the same laws of physics continue guiding every change. Imagine floating quietly in space beside Saturn. Its icy rings shimmer beneath the expanding sunlight. The once distant sun now appears much larger than before. Even worlds that were once cold receive increasing warmth. The outer solar system briefly becomes brighter than it has ever known. Closer to the sun, the story is very different. Mercury disappears entirely, consumed by the expanding outer atmosphere. Venus almost certainly meets the same fate. Earth's future is more complicated. The sun loses some of its mass during this stage, causing Earth's orbit to drift slightly outward. Whether our planet ultimately escapes or is engulfed remains an active area of scientific study. Many current models suggest Earth may eventually be swallowed by the expanding red giant. Others explore scenarios where orbital changes briefly delay that outcome. Whatever the exact path, one truth is clear. Long before then, Earth will no longer be the blue world we know today. Imagine our planet billions of years from now. The oceans have long since disappeared into space. The atmosphere has become thin. The forests, the rivers, the mountains filled with birdsong exist only in distant memory. The transformation has taken place over unimaginable spans of time. No living creature witnesses it as a sudden event. The universe changes with extraordinary patience. Yet, even during this immense transformation, the sun is not acting with anger or violence. It is simply following the natural life cycle shared by countless stars throughout the galaxy. Astronomers have observed many red giants scattered across the Milky Way. Some shine with gentle ruby colors. Others glow soft orange against the darkness of space. Each one quietly reveals the future awaiting stars much like our own. Imagine walking through a peaceful garden at sunset. Young flowers bloom beside older blossoms. Some are just opening. Others are gently fading. Together, they reveal the complete rhythm of life. The galaxy is much like that garden. Young stars are being born inside glowing clouds. Middle-aged stars, like today's sun, shine steadily. Ancient red giants quietly enter their final chapters. Every stage exists at once. The sun's expansion is not the end of its story. The shrinking helium core continues growing hotter. Eventually, its temperature climbs to nearly 100 million degrees Celsius. At that astonishing moment, another remarkable transformation becomes possible, a new kind of fusion, a new chapter in the life of our faithful star. Deep within the giant, helium itself will begin merging into heavier elements. The quiet fire inside the sun will awaken once again in an entirely new way. Take one slow, comfortable breath. Let your thoughts drift gently, like tiny stars reflected upon a still lake beneath the night sky. We have traveled together through billions of years. We watched the sun awaken. We followed its steady life. We witnessed its slow journey toward becoming a magnificent red giant. Now, our faithful star approaches the final peaceful chapters of its story. Not with violence, not with sadness, but with quiet transformation. just as every sunrise gently becomes evening. Imagine an old tree standing peacefully in a wide meadow. For centuries, it has offered shade, shelter, beauty. Its branches have welcomed birds. Its roots have held the earth together. Even when its life begins drawing toward its close, the tree still has gifts to offer. Seeds fall gently into the soil. New life quietly begins. The ending becomes another beginning. Stars follow much the same rhythm. Inside the swollen red giant, the helium core continues becoming hotter. Eventually, it reaches nearly 100 million degrees Celsius. At last, helium nuclei begin joining together. Another remarkable kind of fusion quietly begins. Instead of hydrogen becoming helium, helium now becomes heavier elements. Most importantly, carbon and some oxygen. Imagine an artist carefully mixing new colors upon a canvas. Simple shades slowly become richer, more varied, more beautiful. Inside the sun, nature quietly creates entirely new ingredients for the universe. Atoms that never existed during the star's youth. Atoms that one day may become part of distant worlds, perhaps even life itself. For a while, this new source of energy restores balance. The sun settles into another period of stability, much shorter than its long hydrogen-burning life, but peaceful nonetheless. Its enormous crimson glow continues illuminating the outer reaches of the solar system. The giant star breathes slowly, patiently, calmly. Yet even helium is not an endless fuel. Little by little, the supply begins running low. Unlike much larger stars, our sun does not possess enough mass to keep creating heavier and heavier elements through endless rounds of fusion. Eventually, the helium fuel also becomes exhausted. The quiet fires begin fading once more. Gravity again takes hold of the central core. But something fascinating now happens. The sun no longer has enough mass to compress the carbon and oxygen core into another stage of fusion. The core simply becomes extraordinarily dense. It quietly remains where it is, while the outer layers become increasingly unstable. Imagine wearing a warm winter coat. After many peaceful years, the coat becomes too loose. A gentle breeze begins lifting the outer fabric away, layer by layer. It slowly drifts free. Something similar happens to the sun. Its outer atmosphere gradually escapes into space. Not all at once, not as a great explosion, but through countless gentle winds lasting tens of thousands of years. These are called stellar winds. Streams of glowing gas slowly flow away from the aging star. The sun sheds its outer layers with remarkable grace. The escaping material spreads outward in every direction. It forms delicate shells of glowing gas, beautifully illuminated by the hot core remaining at the center. Imagine blowing softly upon the seeds of a dandelion. Tiny white filaments drift gracefully through the air. Each follows its own peaceful path. The sun releases its outer layers with similar elegance, except instead of tiny seeds, vast clouds of glowing hydrogen, helium, carbon, and oxygen slowly expand into the darkness of space. Astronomers call these glowing clouds planetary nebulae. The name is a little misleading. They have nothing to do with planets. Early astronomers simply thought their round shapes resembled distant worlds when viewed through small telescopes. Today, we understand their true nature. They are among the most beautiful objects in the galaxy. Imagine floating quietly through space beside one of these nebulae. Soft emerald light mingles with pale blue. Hints of pink, gold, and violet drift through the expanding cloud. The delicate gases seem almost transparent, like silk curtains gently moving beneath an invisible breeze. There is no sound, only peaceful beauty suspended among the stars. Many famous nebulae scattered across our galaxy were created in exactly this way. Each marks the graceful farewell of a sun-like star. Far from being scenes of destruction, they are breathtaking works of cosmic art, nature patiently painting with light itself. As the nebula slowly expands, its material mixes with the vast clouds of gas already drifting through the Milky Way. Those clouds become enriched with heavier elements: carbon, oxygen, nitrogen, tiny amounts of many other atoms. Future generations of stars, planets, and perhaps living worlds will one day form from this recycled material. Nothing is wasted. Everything becomes part of something new. Imagine a forest floor after autumn. Leaves gently fall. They slowly become part of the soil. Months later, new plants emerge from the very nutrients those leaves return to the earth. The galaxy follows the same peaceful cycle. Stars enrich the universe. The universe gives birth to new stars. Again and again, across billions of years. There is something wonderfully comforting about this rhythm. The sun has quietly spent billions of years creating the very elements that help make future worlds possible. Every carbon atom forged during its later life, every oxygen atom released into space, becomes part of the next generation of cosmic stories. Perhaps somewhere, billions of years after our sun has faded, another planet will form from those ancient atoms. Perhaps another ocean will shimmer beneath another sky. Perhaps another curious civilization will look upward, wondering where their own star came from. The universe is not simply a place where things end. It is a place where endings gently become beginnings. Every star contributes something to the future. Every life leaves behind a quiet legacy. The sun, our patient companion through Earth's entire history, will do exactly the same. And when its glowing clouds have finally drifted away, one small, brilliant remnant will remain at the very center. A tiny star, no larger than Earth, yet still carrying nearly half the sun's original mass. That quiet ember, known as a white dwarf, will accompany us into the final chapter of our journey. Take one final, slow breath. Feel your body resting comfortably as our long journey through the life of the sun gently approaches its peaceful conclusion. For billions upon billions of years, our faithful star has illuminated worlds. It has warmed oceans, guided seasons, powered forests, painted dawn across countless mornings. Now, after releasing its beautiful clouds into the galaxy, the sun has become something entirely different. Small, brilliant, silent, a tiny ember, remaining after an unimaginably long fire. Imagine sitting beside a fireplace late at night. The dancing flames have faded. The room is quiet, yet deep within the glowing coals, soft warmth still remains. The brightest blaze has passed, but the fire has not completely disappeared. The sun's final form is much like those peaceful embers, still warm, still glowing, simply quieter than before. at the center of the expanding planetary nebula. The carbon and oxygen core remains behind, no longer surrounded by thick layers of burning gas, no longer powered by nuclear fusion. The reactions that sustained the sun for billions of years have finally ended. There is no more hydrogen burning, no more helium burning. The great furnace has become still. Yet the core does not suddenly become cold. Far from it. Its temperature is astonishingly high, more than 100,000 degrees Celsius at first. The remaining object shines brilliantly with stored heat. Astronomers call it a white dwarf. Imagine a glowing piece of iron removed from an enormous forge. Even after the fire is gone, the metal continues shining, not because new heat is being created, but because it slowly releases the warmth it already contains. A white dwarf behaves in much the same way. It glows quietly from its leftover heat. No new fuel is required. Although the white dwarf is only about the size of Earth, it still contains roughly half the Sun's original mass. This makes it one of the densest objects in the universe. A single teaspoon of white dwarf material, if it could somehow be brought safely to Earth, would weigh many tons. It is matter compressed almost beyond imagination. Imagine taking an entire mountain, with all its forests, rivers, rocks, and wildlife, and somehow compressing it until it fits inside a small marble. The comparison is still not enough, but it begins to hint at the extraordinary density of a white dwarf. Gravity has packed its atoms closer together than ordinary matter can easily allow. Yet despite this incredible density, the white dwarf is remarkably peaceful. No explosions, no violent eruptions, no roaring flames. Only a quiet sphere of intense heat, radiating gently into the surrounding darkness. Its long life of active fusion has ended. Its retirement has begun. Imagine an elderly lighthouse standing beside a calm sea. Its keeper has long since departed. No fresh oil is added to its lamp. Yet for a while, the lantern still glows softly, offering one last gentle light before finally fading into darkness. The white dwarf shines in much the same peaceful way. Its cooling process is extraordinarily slow. Millions of years pass, then billions, eventually trillions of years, far longer than the current age of the universe. Little by little, its brilliant white glow softens. White becomes pale yellow. Yellow becomes orange. Orange slowly fades toward crimson. The ember cools with unimaginable patience. Imagine holding a warm stone that has rested beside a fire. Hours later, it still feels slightly warm. The warmth fades so gradually. You can barely notice the change. The white dwarf cools in the same quiet fashion, except nature measures its cooling not in hours, but across spans of time so vast that human language struggles to describe them. One day, in the unimaginably distant future, the white dwarf will finish releasing its remaining heat. It will no longer glow. Astronomers sometimes call this theoretical final stage a black dwarf, not because it becomes black overnight, but because it has cooled enough that almost no visible light remains. There is one fascinating detail, however. The universe itself is not yet old enough for any black dwarfs to exist. Every white dwarf ever formed is still slowly cooling, somewhere in the vastness of space. Countless quiet embers continue shining, patiently waiting, Imagine walking through an ancient city just before dawn. Every window is dark except a few. Those remaining lights quietly remind you that every story fades at its own pace. The universe is much the same. Some stars are only beginning their lives. Others shine in middle age. Some have become red giants. Many have already settled into the peaceful stillness of white dwarfs. Together, they create the endless rhythm of the cosmos. As you reflect upon the sun's remarkable life, one truth gently rises above all the scientific details. The atoms inside your body were not created on Earth. The calcium in your bones, the oxygen you breathe, the carbon that forms every living cell. These elements were forged inside ancient stars that lived long before our own sun was born. Those stars ended their lives, returned their gifts to the galaxy, and made our existence possible. In time, our own sun will quietly continue that tradition. Its final gift will become part of future clouds, future stars, future planets, and perhaps future life. In that sense, the story of the sun is also the story of us. We are children of starlight, born from the quiet generosity of stars that came before, living for a brief and beautiful moment beneath the warmth of one faithful Sunday, looking upward, wondering about our place among the stars, and perhaps helping the universe understand itself. Now, our journey gently comes to rest. The sun still rises above Earth today. Its golden light still touches quiet forests, rolling oceans, peaceful mountains, and every sleeping home beneath the morning sky. Tomorrow, it will rise again, just as it has for billions of years. Perhaps the next time you feel its warmth upon your face, you will remember the remarkable story hidden inside that familiar light. A story of gravity and fusion, of patience measured in billions of years, of endings that become beginnings, and of a universe where nothing beautiful is ever truly lost. For now, there is nowhere else to travel, nothing left to solve. Only the comforting thought that above our peaceful little world, one faithful star continues shining. Quietly, patiently, just as it always has. Good night.